All right, so we're right about 3 p.m., right? 4 p.m., whatever, 3 p.m. in Eastern time. So I wanted to welcome everyone. Thank you guys all for coming to our workshop here. This is kind of a weird format. This is the stats and research for the rest of us workshop. This is the first year we put it on. So um, any feedback you have for us, let us know. And we want this to be somewhat flexible in trying to meet your guys' needs as well. So if at any point, I'll kind of get into how the interactive part of this is going to work, or hopefully work, and hopefully not run into Zoom problems. I'll get into what we can talk about and how we can tailor this to best meet what you guys want to do. So without further ado, overall learning objectives for the workshop, this is what we posted online. This is what's in the program guide, but it kind of all boils down to learning how to conduct a study with methodological rigor and learning how and when to ask a statistician for help. And in particular, when we conceived of this, we really were looking at a target audience of people who are in academic emergency medicine and who need or want to do research, but aren't necessarily, research isn't their full-time job. They're not out there chasing R awards. You might not have a biostats degree, because that's not most people, but most people who are in an academic practice or associated with an academic program, both at the faculty level and then also certainly residents and fellows. Most people have to do some research or get some benefit from doing research, have chairs kind of breathing down your necks to say, why haven't you done something? And we wanted to attack what we feel is one of the hardest things for that, which is learning how to design a study and how to ask the right questions and work productively with a biostatistician to make the best use of your time, especially if you're someone who's also running a fellowship, or maybe you're a full-time clinician teacher, or you just don't want to get to the point where you go through a whole bunch of work to do something, and then you bring it to a biostatistician and then they tell you, this, I can't do anything with this, this is useless. That's what we want to avoid, and that's sort of the main overall goal of the workshop. So with that in mind, one thing that's not an objective here, and I wanted to make this explicit from the start, we're not going to teach you how to code in statistical software, how to, run R to do regression, or SAS, or whatever your program may be. That is something that there's plenty of resources out there. Probably, to be perfectly honest, especially for R, there's more resources out there that are free and online than you necessarily need. And it's also just a big topic. We wanted to kind of hit more of the conceptual side of things and how to think about the biggest things that are barriers for people doing research without necessarily having a statistical background. This is who we are. I'm Nick Harrison. Dr. Rama Salhi, Dr. Chris Fung, Dr. Rob Ehrman, and Dr. Joseph Miller are my co-presenters. Basically, all of us are emergency physicians who also have biostats training and who do research, and also do stats for our research and do stats for other people's research. And all have a somewhat probably pathological affinity for stats beyond what's necessary, or even what's necessary for you. So all of us are junior faculty, with the notable exception of Dr. Miller, who is a little bit more senior and a little bit further along than the rest of us. But we all are nevertheless in a position where we kind of know what it's like as a junior faculty member, or even back as a resident or as a fellow, and the competing interests of all the different things that come into working in an academic EM practice, between family, clinical time, and trying to meet things for promotion, tenure, like, for instance, research. So how is this going to work? So we have didactics broken up into 5 sessions. And one important thing to realize is that all of those are recorded. So everything we're doing right now is recorded. So if you miss something, don't worry, you can go back, you can watch it again. I think Tammy can probably chime in. Tammy, how long are these going to be up for?
The on-demand will be available until October 31st.
Okay.
So you can get all of those credits until that time.
So unfortunately, doing this in a virtual format, you know, we're all kind of the mind that just straight didactics are not the best way to learn. They're not something you can totally replace, but they're not, you know, just on its own, it's not the best way to learn. But so we have these didactics set up, but at the same time, while one person is presenting their didactic session, the rest of us are here to discuss with you through the chat, talk about all of your questions, your hopes, your dreams, your fears, things that we can do specifically related to what's being presented, but then also to all of the self-study content, and also just to your own stats or research related questions that may have nothing to do with what we're presenting, but are, you know, what you wanted to get and what you want to learn, what you want to pick our brains about. The QR code there will take you to the folder with all of the supplementary content and self-study content. So that includes a big document of 2 longitudinal data analysis vignettes. This is the same one I sent out in an email, and I apologize, it was initially the wrong link. So I resent the link later, but I think a few people I probably confused a few people still there. And thank you for the couple of people who cued me into my mistake there. But this QR code will take you there. It's also posted in the chat of the Zoom here. And on there, there's the vignettes, which have questions and answers associated with them. There's the multiple choice questions, which are for CME, but they also have answer explanations in there. And then the data set associated with the vignettes and some of the examples we'll be going through as we go through each of these talks. And then lots and lots of articles, some of which we'll refer to in the talks, some of which we won't explicitly refer to, but are there for your reference. And they in particular cover a lot of research methodology and stats topics that are bigger than what we can get into in depth right now, but that we want you to be aware of as something that's worth looking into. And that, I say, when you have a free moment, I know that's maybe an optimistic view of things, but if you're able to go back and look and check out, hey, this one thing on database research, or this one thing on data management, and so on and so forth. All right, so without further ado, Chris Fung is going to be taking over now, and I'm going to cede the floor to him. But like I said, we also want to be going forward from here and talking to you guys through the chat about anything that we can help with as you work through the vignettes or anything else. So thank you.
All right. So hi, everybody. I'm Chris. I'm going to be talking to you guys today about sort of the fundamentals of data types and a little bit about why it matters. I don't have any disclosures. I wish I did, but I don't. The objectives for at least my sort of 40 minutes that I have with you are to sort of give you a broad overview of the different data types, why it matters, the hierarchy of the different data types, some special cases, and then like probably just like mostly personal musings on like getting to data, and then like some basic guidance about like not really the data collection part of it, but like sort of just the storage part of it, and sort of communicating with your statistician or your data analyst. I find myself like a lot of times in a role of like being the clinician communicator with sort of our database analysts, and then sort of being that sort of filter for that the data analyst side and then sort of the clinician side. And so so like it's a little bit of sort of guidance along those lines. But the overall goal really is to like talk about like what types of data you might have, and then how are they measured, and some best practices sort of along the way. What I'm not going to talk about is sort of the distributions of different types of data. You may sort of remember this from stats classes or from math classes, that like different sets of data and the transformations of that data have different distributions. And like all of that is very important in terms of the analysis that you can do down the road and the methods that you're going to use. But we're not going to talk about it because there's a lot of maths, and that's really, it's not fully something for your statistician to worry about, but it's mostly something for them to worry about. We're not also going to talk about descriptive statistics. There are various different kinds of ways to sort of measure the center and measure the spread of your data. It's mostly the stuff that goes into your table 1. But again, many topics to cover. It's certainly something you should read about. There's a QR code here at the bottom. We are also, there's many things that we're not going to talk about, unfortunately, today. But we're also going to not talk about data structure. Data structure really refers to sort of how data is structured in your database or in your statistical software. And so really it's like how the computer sees your data, and not really, it doesn't really matter to you as much. Let your statistician or your analyst worry about that. And finally, we are also not going to talk about data collection, except to say that you shouldn't use Excel. Data collection is like super important, either prospectively or retrospectively, but try not to use Excel. There's many other ways to store the data that are better. Mostly people use RedCap, so try and do that. And so again, all these things are like super important, but they're not the focus of this talk. And apparently when you Google like what does a clinician scientist look like, this is what you look like. And so we want to stick to whatever's happening, you know, with all these little bars and charts and things on this whiteboard this person's writing on, but and try to stay away from, you know, the stuff that the statistician or the analyst has to worry about. All right, so in our sort of ideal and or traditional model, we have data, and then we have you, who is like the collector of data or the filter of data for the statistician, and you just sort of, ideally, you would like want to hand them something, and they hand you back figures and tables for your paper. But the reality is that like it's really like a two-way street between the data and you, the data and the statistician, and you and the statistician, and then stuck in the middle is sort of the question or the research hypothesis that you are examining. And really, this is sort of the key is that sort of communication between the three parties of your research question, the data, you, and the statistician, and sort of having that, having a good level of sort of bidirectional communication between all three of those things is the key to sort of getting your research question answered. And like a couple of important things, you're the content expert, you know about the medicine, you know about the research question, you know all the background, but you're also the data collection expert. You know, like when and how the nurses charts a particular variable, you know how the EHR has changed over time, like whether something was recorded in one part of the chart versus another, in one, you know, in 1 year versus another. You know how, if you're doing a prospective study, you know how the data collection instrument was used. And so you know sort of what your chart viewers did to interpret something that, you know, a clinician said in a chart. And again, the key is sort of communicating all of that information with your statistician and with your database analyst if necessary. And so when you sort of go about collecting data from the world, there are a ton of different sources where you can get data these days. It's not just, you know, your data collection form, your CRF for your study or for your trial. It could be something automatically harvested from the, you know, the flow sheets of the EHR from Epic. It could be, you know, death database that's maintained by your state or your county. It could be social media, it could be something from the pharmacy. There's like a zillion different sources. And because there's so many different sources, there are a zillion different ways for data to be collected and stored, and there's many different ways for there to be errors. And so always keep that in mind, that there are errors sort of in the initial collection of the data, and there are errors sort of in the storage of the data when you get it back, and at every level of abstraction from the primary source. So that finally brings us to the question, like, why are data types important? And so as an example of this, it's like, let's say you want to use our vignettes and study study if heart failure patients die at X time point from their ED presentation. And so, like, what type of variable is death or is mortality? It could be something like, are they dead? Yes or no, might be a binary variable. Is it a variable that's stored as, a time point of when they died, either a date and time, or a year or a month? Is it stored as both a date and time? Is it just a count of the numbers of patients that died, or a percentage of the patients that died from your cohort? And do we actually have, all the follow-up that's necessary to actually measure or not, or measure whether they died or not? So for example, like, you might not know what happens to a patient after they leave the hospital. And so you have to account for that in the way you collect the data, and also the way you analyze it. And so the take home really is that there are many different ways to collect, store, and express the data. And thus there's a lot of different ways to indicate whether or not a patient died. And all of that is important because it changes the methods that you can use to do your analysis. All right, so again, why do different data types matter? Different data types matter because they store different amounts of information, even if they're looking at the same clinical phenotype, and it changes the way you do your analysis. So to overview the different types of data, there are ways to describe the data that are qualitative, and so these are things like, these are categorical variables versus data types that are quantitative, which are numeric variables. And so numerics are obviously described as numbers, categoricals are described as categories. They can actually both be represented by discrete versus continuous variables within sort of your table of data. But typically continuous variables are measured versus counted variables, which are sort of usually discrete variables or categoricals. There are actually like a zillion different other ways to sort of categorize the data types themselves. But the usual way that I like is sort of a hierarchy of the different variable types. And that hierarchy is sort of nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio variables. And again, I'm very sorry, like the language that we use to describe the variables within statistics is like pretty inconsistent. And I'm sorry. So you may see like slightly different descriptions of different data types depending on the source you go to. But this is like the general way that I was taught, and like most of what is out there. And so for nominal variables, these are variables that are qualitative, they're categorical, and they basically are a way to classify your data by different labels. Labels or names, hence the word nominal. There's no natural order to these types of variables. And so there's no, in other words, there's no hierarchy between the different levels of the variable within each type. And so for some examples of these are binary variables like yes or no, dead or alive. Race is a categorical or a nominal variable. Different treatments are nominal variables. And we'll go into this like a little bit more and summarize sort of at the end as well. Ordinal variables are also qualitative and categorical variables, but the order does mean something. And so there's, so even though these are, again, categorical variables, there is a natural order to them. And like, there's a natural order that makes sense to you as a clinician. And so these can be ranks, these can be sizes, or they can be something like a patient status. Home is better, like a patient status at discharge, for example. Home is better than being admitted still, which is better than being in the ICU, and is better than being dead. There, the third sort of, the third group in the hierarchy of different variable types are interval variables. And these are quantitative variables. This is our first quantitative variable. They can be continuous or discrete. In other words, they can be sort of, they can have an infinite number of rankings in between the minimum and the maximum, or they can have sort of discrete rankings in between. But the key for interval variables is that the distance between the variables actually means something. So in other words, you can measure or count the distance between rank 1 to rank 3, but that difference of 2 between 3 and 1 actually means something. And so examples of these are of interval variables are dates, some Likert scales, temperature, for example. Racial variables are also quantitative variables. They are a type of interval variable where 0 actually means something. This is like probably the hardest of the 4 different variable types to understand, but is also probably the most common of the things that we measure when we're looking at clinical research data. And really the take home is that the ratio between any 2 values of this particular type of variable actually means something. And the way the ratio means something is because a value of 0, when you get a value of 0 for this particular variable type, it means there's a complete absence of that particular thing that you're measuring. And so the example that's like mostly used on the internets and in statistical books is temperature, because it's probably one of the easiest to understand, in that when you measure something on a Celsius or a Fahrenheit scale, the 0 doesn't actually mean absence of temperature. It just means that that's like the arbitrary 0 value that was picked. And so 10 degrees Celsius isn't twice as hot as 5 degrees Celsius. But if you measure it on a Kelvin scale, then 10 degrees Kelvin is actually twice as hot as 5 degrees Kelvin. And so that's a ratio, and hence the name. And so this is like, again, most of the data that we measure. Counts of patients, like millimoles of lactate in the blood. Again, we don't measure patients' temperatures on the Kelvin scale, but we all the other, like, or not all, but many of the other things that we capture in an EHR or in a data collection form are measured in a way that 0 means that there's none of that particular variable. So just to summarize, racial variables are the highest level of variables within this hierarchy of 4 different types. And the special thing about racial variables is that the 0, or the ratio between any 2 values, is meaningful. Interval and ratio variables both have a difference that is measurable and that is meaningful. Ordinal, interval, and ratio variables have an order that is also meaningful, but again, ordinal and nominal variables are categoricals. And then finally, all these different variables are labeled in that it just means that there's a value for that particular thing that you're measuring. I'm going to quickly pause for questions if anyone has any here before I move on. Apologize if that was a little bit fast. I'm just sort of trying to keep us on time, I guess, to 3:40. Feel free to pop questions into the chat. I can't see it all the time, so I'm just quickly taking a look at it right now. Cool. All right. So just very quickly, I'm not gonna like wait. If we were live, I'd probably have people like do a turning point or like pop or answer the questions. But I'm just basically going to go through a couple of our variables that come from the vignette. And if you haven't taken a look at it, don't worry. You can the variable name here in the first column probably is enough for you to try and figure out what type of variable it is. But like I'm just going to kind of go through this and give like 10 seconds or so for you to think about what each type of variable is. And so starting at the first row, variable called sex, and the values are female and male. Take a second to think about what variable type it is. It's a nominal variable, so it's a binary nominal variable, which means it's a categorical with two different values. Sometimes these are coded as zeros and ones or ones and twos. It doesn't, and even though your statistical program or your analyst or whoever may see this variable as a number, it still is a nominal variable because it really is only describing two different categories. You're just applying a different label, a 0 or 1, for example, to male and female. Race is also a nominal variable. There are different categories, and depending on how you categorize them, there could be 4, 5, 100 different types of categories within that particular variable. And just to hammer this home, supplemental O2, at least within the vignette data set, was coded as a 0 and 1. This is, again, just a variable that represents the clinical phenotype of, is this person on supplemental oxygen, yes or no? And so it's a nominal variable. But what about the ranked composite outcome of looking at the values that were available in that table? We had 0, 1, 2, or 3. And if you have read the vignette, the ranks mean something. There's a natural order to them, with 3 being the worst and 0 being the best. And so this is an ordinal variable. There was another variable called days to ICU, where the values were anything between 0 and 180, 180 being sort of the maximum follow-up time. And this was a ratio variable because 0 was meaningful, which means there was complete absence of days to the ICU, which meant that you started there. And the ratio between, say, 2 and 1 was meaningful. In other words, if you went to the ICU on day 2, it took you twice as long to go to the ICU than if you went on day 1. There was this other variable called VS temp, which appeared to be values of temperature measured in Fahrenheit. And so this was an interval variable in that the difference between 99.1 and 96.7 was measurable and meaningful, but certainly the ratio between someone who is 50 degrees and someone who was 100 degrees doesn't mean that the person was 100 who had a temperature of 100 degrees was twice as hot as the patient who was 50 degrees. And finally, there was this other variable called first underscore CI, which was the cardiac index. And this was, again, a racial variable because 0 was meaningful. Presumably, there was nobody with a 0 cardiac index, which probably means that they had no cardiac output at all. But 4, an index of 4 is twice as much as an index of 2. All right.
Christopher, it's I just have a question. It's Naveen Punai here, just calling from Canada.
Oh, hey.
How do you can you treat ordinal variables as continuous?
That's a little bit of a loaded question. It happens a lot. And it depends. I think you shouldn't, because if you stored it as a true ordinal variable, the distance in between the distance between each of your levels within the different ranks, it probably actually doesn't mean anything, but it depends on what the clinical phenotype you were measuring was, and if that was actually proportional to the ordinal ranks. Does that make sense? Like if you're measuring, like this comes up a lot in surveys. Like if your ranks are truly like if your ranks, let's say you're doing a survey, and like you have a Likert scale of 1 to 5, and if like your scale corresponds to like, liked it, like disagreeable or strongly disagrees, neutral, agrees, and strongly agrees, which is like a very common scale. And that is truly proportional to the way that, someone who strongly agrees with whatever your question was, to someone who's neutral, to someone who strongly disagrees, like that is all proportional. You could actually treat that as a continuous. I don't think that's wrong. It's just that like it depends on what the underlying clinical phenotype is and what the underlying phenomena is. Because like those may not actually, does that make sense? Like it might not actually be proportional to each other.
Yeah, most of our research is on pain scales, so that really helps. Thank you.
Yeah, no, like on a pain scale, like there's a lot of people. I mean, that has to do with distributions too, because there's a lot of people who are 10s, right? Like, I'm not a pain researcher, so I don't know how people adjust for that. I don't know if anyone else on the panel like has a better method for sort of adjusting for pain scales because of the skew of that type of data. But like I'm not sure that someone who says they have a pain of 10 is truly twice as painful as someone who has a pain of 5, or 10 times as painful as someone who has a pain score of 1. And so I think that matters a lot when you want to treat it as a continuous and want to treat it as an interval variable or a ratio variable.
Yeah, so Chris, just to jump in real quick, Naveen, that's a great question. And it, like Rob says in the chat, depends a bit on what question you want to answer.
Yeah.
But to get at what Chris, I think, alluded to, there's a distributional issue there too. Most frequentist statistics really assume that all continuous variables have a normal distribution.
Yeah.
And a interval variable, even if it is a truly interval variable, probably does not have a normal distribution. If it has enough, and yeah, I think like what Joe says is kind of the bottom line, like look at the histogram.
Yeah.
But if there's fewer levels, it's less closely adherent to an interval, or to being something that you can normalize, or something that you can analyze as a continuous variable. Whereas something like, for instance, if you're doing like 1 to 5, that's one thing. If you're doing like a 100-point visual analog scale, that you could make a pretty good argument is a lot closer to something you can just treat as continuous, because it probably is, even though it can't technically take values of 101 or 0, but that's true of a lot of things.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you brought up that 100-point scale, because I may allude to that in the granularity of the data a little bit too, because I think there's this is a little bit of an aside, but there are both benefits and downsides to expanding the scale to expand sort of the granularity of the data. And so in other words, like you could measure something on a 10-point scale, 100-point scale, or a 1,000-point scale, but like using a 1,000-point scale may not actually give you any better ability to discriminate between groups, and may just confuse the way you collect your data. So that is sort of a nuanced discussion, again, depending on the clinical question and the thing that you're measuring. But I'll maybe allude to that a little bit later. But thank you for the question. Again, like as you can see, it's like not always that simple, and sort of depends on your question. And so I think that the take home at the end of the day is probably going to be like, hey, you need to talk to your statistician about all these questions. But yeah, but at least to have some of the vocabulary down, to be like, okay, I get why this matters, and when you have that discussion. And so So getting back to sort of like why the variable type matters, one of the big reason why it matters is because it changes the way you describe the data, and it changes the methods that you can use to analyze the data. And so just this table is just presented as sort of as an example of how things are different, and not necessarily to sort of go into detail of each of these different types of descriptive statistics, but nominal variables, the example being race in this case, they have a different measure of center, so a mode, than the other types of variables, which can be the measure of centers can be means or medians or geometric means, or a variety of other like very rarely used measures of center. And what I mean by measure of center is sort of like the way you would sort of describe in one variable or in one number the central trend of of your entire data set, or your entire all the values from a particular group. And so anyway, nominal variables are measured, have a measure of center using the mode, and then a measure of spread or distribution using the number of categories. Ordinal variables such as like an ESI triage level, the measure of center is median, and the measure of spread is an interquartile range. Typically, there's other ways to do this, obviously. Interval variables such as time have a measure of center using the mean, and a measure of spread using the standard deviation. And then ratios typically use mean and standard deviation as well. But again, there's different ways to measure the center and measure the spread. There's different ways you can sort of do basic comparisons between the measures of center of the different variable types. And so if you're comparing a nominal to a nominal, you're probably going to use chi-squared test. Like an ordinal to nominal, you're also going to use chi-squared, or maybe Fisher's exact, sort of depending on what your statistician says, but also your counts within each group that you're comparing. If you're comparing an ordinal to an interval, you might use ANOVA. If you're using a nominal and you only have it's a binary nominal, you might use a t-test. And really, again, this table is just presented not as sort of a guide for you what to do, but just to show you that different comparisons between the variable types utilize a different basic statistical test to compare the differences in center. If you're moving on to sort of a regression analysis, the same sort of holds true. Again, we're not going to sort of talk about the specific different types of regression analysis techniques, but just to say that different types of variables or outcomes utilize different types of regression. So mortality would be sort of yes or no, and a yes or no binary, and that would utilize logistic regression. And median length of stay might, depending on exactly how it was measured and whether or not it was measured in everybody, and whether or not everyone got displode from the ED in your data set, you might use linear regression. If your data was potentially incomplete, like some people were lost to follow-up, or you're measuring something else that is a time to event variable, or not, where the event doesn't happen in everybody, you might use Cox proportional hazard regression. And if you were, say, measuring CPC ranks or some sort of composite outcome rank, you might use something called a multinomial regression for your analysis. And so sort of taking us back to that original question from just about 30 minutes ago now, is this patient dead? We started off saying that there was a whole bunch of different ways for you to measure and store, enumerate, and categorize the simple phenotype of whether or not the patient is dead. And within the heart failure data set, which some of you may have played with or looked at already, there's a whole bunch of different ways to do that. There's that binary yes or no at 30 days, or there's a time to death. I think there was a date of death. There was actually, I think that was taken out because it's technically PHI. There is there was hospital disposition as a categorical, and there was also a composite outcome rank where rank 3 was the patient is dead. And so as you can see, sort of even trying to answer that simple question of is the patient dead, there's like a zillion different ways to describe it. And even within each of these, say, for example, date of death, there could be many, many different ways to describe that based on how it was categorized and how it was recorded in the original data. And so now that we've sort of summarized some of the data types, I want to talk very briefly about special data types, because if anything, statistics is very confusing. And so once you sort of like gotten the basics down, there's always ways to pile on sort of more confusing aspects of it. And so take, for example, like some data that you have that is clustered or grouped in some sort of natural way. And so just as a sort of a geographic or geometric representation of this, let's just say the data is clustered this way. It could be clustered by zip code or county like this. This is just a sort of the data. Presumably, if you saw data that looks like this, maybe these data were clustered together or sampled from these different areas. It could be plotted on a graph like this, where each of these different colors is a different individual. And that some measurement on the y-axis was just taken over time, with time being on the x-axis, and there's some sort of clustering by the different time here, which could be maybe a repeated measure over different visits to your clinic. There's a different mean for the slope, or mean or slope of the difference for each of these different individuals, and there's probably different variability between each individual and between each visit. If you took away the time axis, you could potentially visualize this data as potentially, you know, something that the green variables or the green data points were measured in one way and the red ones were measured in another way. Say this is maybe right-hand size versus left-hand size amongst many different individuals. And so this this could represent data that was clustered in different ways too. And really without going too much into the details of how data might be clustered, really the central principle is that it can be clustered by some factor or some grouping, and the variation between groups is different than the variation within groups. And so this is a type of data called hierarchical data, which can be clustered. In other words, the dependent variable or the outcome is measured once, but the individuals are grouped. And so these are things like test scores or ED wait time by zip code or by hospital, and or different outcomes by provider. And the key here is that the variability by provider might be different between individuals or within or between providers. And so that different variance or variability is has to be factored into your analysis. Again, this is like a fairly advanced topic, and it's just something for you to know about and for you to make clear to your statistician or your analyst when you're talking to them about how the data was collected and what you want to do with it. Another example of hierarchical data is repeated measures. And so this is data where the dependent variable is measured more than once in the same individual. And so this could be something like a measurements in the left hand versus the right hand, or measurements by different observers for the same phenomena. Longitudinal data is another sort of special class of, but related type of data, where the dependent variable is measured over time in the same individual. And so the classic way is a patient who keeps coming back for follow-up visits for something to be measured, or daily measurements in admitted patients. I think that probably is a little bit more frequent in sort of the emergency medicine world when you're looking at sort of post-admission outcomes. But again, the takeaway is that the analysis model really needs to account for both within subject or group and variation, and then between subject or group variation. And a couple of the different examples of the ways you analyze this type of hierarchical data is with techniques like repeated measures ANOVA, marginal models, generalized estimating equations, and then mixed models. Just a quick note on sort of the measurements or the data collection of hierarchical data is that it could be balanced or unbalanced, and really all that means is that measurement of this is that balanced data is measured at the same frequency at the same time points versus unbalanced data, which would have some sporadic component of the measurement. It could be random days that it's measured, and not everyone is measured 2 days apart or daily, or the frequency within each sort of measurement time point is different. Twice a day versus one for one patient versus once a day for another patient, for example. And finally, I just want to touch upon a couple of other considerations in the last couple of minutes that I have. Again, these are sort of just like musings that I have, and maybe some of it may be personal opinion. So, but there's always bias in data collection. Data collection is its own topic in and of itself, and there's like some references to like good practices in data collection in that sort of Google Drive that we sent out. I also have a couple of other references at the end of this talk as well that the slides will be available, and you guys can just sort of scan the QR code. But really, like, the type of data you collect really, really matters. There are many, many different ways to collect the same data on the same clinical phenotype, and some are more reliable than others. And so just as an example, this is an example I use a lot, is like, how do you determine if someone's an event? And a lot of the times this is sort of, a lot of times this is from EHR data, whether a human is reviewing it or an analyst is going into a database and pulling out structured data from the chart somewhere. There's a fairly high amount of variation, both sort of within an institution and between institutions, hence it's clustered also, of how this is actually measured. Because it could be measured by the presence of an ET tube charted by nursing. It could be measured by the airway procedure note, like the presence of an airway procedure note, and then the extubation potentially to measure sort of the time in between those things. It could be measured by sort of the auto charting that comes from the vent, or the RT may be charting sort of a start and stop of mechanical ventilation on a flow sheet somewhere. And so all of these have like a different error rate and a different way that they're charted, and a different person charting them. And so I think when you're talking to your chart reviewers or you're talking to your analysts, it's always important to take these things into consideration. Talking about EHR data in general, there are things that are auto-charted and things that are manually inputted. Auto-charting things are like usually vitals and timestamps and vent settings. These are things that, like, whatever machine is making a measurement, whether that's a blood pressure cuff or a ventilator, they're just uploading that information automatically to the EHR, whether that is Epic, Cerner, or some other system. There's usually some sort of automatic feeding of that EHR. And so these are usually pretty reliable, but they're extremely prone to errors. And I think Rama's going to talk a little bit more about this in missing data as well. But it's really, really important to understand how that auto charting happens and where the errors come from. Manual data is like things like validated vitals, things that even that might be auto charted, but the nurse actually has to verify, or start and stop times that, you know, a human does something like take someone on and off, not invasive. These are things like procedure notes. But the key is that, like, the reliability of each of these types of data points vary a lot. And then you add on another layer potentially with your chart review abstraction. And so keeping all this in mind when you communicate with your statistician is always key. And finally, I think I just want to quickly talk about the grain of the data. And so grain refers to sort of how coarse or fine a particular data point is. And what I mean by that is that grain really is like the level of data or the level of detail stored in your data. States are sort of like states, for example, are sort of a more coarse version of counties. Like there's many counties that make up a state. There are many cities, or a few cities, that make up a county. There are a few towns that make up cities, and then there are many addresses that can make up a town. And the highest level of detail would be stored by addresses, and then the lowest level of detail would be stored by states. And these different groupings can mean something within your data, but also you don't want to lose the grain when you collapse the data down to different categories. And probably the most frequent way this comes up is when you're taking a quantitative variable and collapsing that down to a qualitative variable. There's like literally an entire body of science that goes into like how you pick your cutoffs for turning a quantitative variable into qualitative. But I think a general rule of thumb is like you as the clinician and the collector of data and the sort of potentially even the cleaner of data before you give it off to an analyst or a statistician is like try to keep as much of it as you can. If you've collected the data as a continuous variable, like a very high grain continuous variable, like for example, their exact age, you don't need to like, you can, but you don't need to turn that into age groups or a binary old versus young categorical. Your statistician can do that, and there's like there's various guidance based on your data and your clinical question as to how to do that. But from your perspective as the clinical scientist, just keep the grain as high as possible, and as you work through the analysis, you can sort of break that down into categories, but don't delete that data, because oftentimes I'll look at data that has been collected either prospectively or retrospectively where that grain is lost, and if you can keep it and your IRB or your protocol allows you to keep it, definitely keep it. And finally, like I think that Nick will touch upon a little bit of this at the end too, sort of doing unfunded data. The operations and QA people at whatever site you're at usually have all the data already. Like it's surprisingly rare how infrequently the research people will talk to the operations people. And again, this may just be where I'm at, but like, but a lot of the times, like the metrics and the variables that you're interested in have already been measured by someone, either in the EHR or by a human actually looking at these charts as part of quality reporting for sepsis and ACS and whatever ED metrics you're interested in. And it helps to find out who's done this already, because it's good to be consistent with other people in terms of the way you are measuring something, but also because it potentially could save you a lot of work because they probably already have a data set for you. So wrapping up, hierarchy of variables. There's different data types. Some are categorical, some are numerical, and then, but really I think the best way to sort of categorize them is using the sort of the 4-group technique of nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio variables. Some variables are very special, and really the only one, the special variable types that I really talked about were the hierarchical variables, where there's different amounts of variation between group and within group, and those are, and then sort of within measurements frames. And so all of that has to be accounted for. Really, the take home from all of that is if you're measuring something more than once in a patient or in an encounter or in an experiment, think of that as a special type of variable that you need to talk to your statistician about. The data type really does matter, because it helps you determine what methods you can use for your analysis. Again, this is a partnership with your statistician, and so talk to them about it. And then really, I cannot emphasize this enough. Talk to them beforehand. I definitely have been the perpetrator of many studies where I'm like, hey, I got all this data, like, can you help me analyze it? And a statistician will come back to me and tell me that this data is crap, and that, you know, you should have measured it this way, you should have done something this way, and now it's too late. And so the earlier you can have these conversations, the more you can high five and work together. Couple of resources. I really like DataCamp and Towards Data Science. DataCamp is a fairly cheap paid sort of online coursework program that has like lots of different modules for almost anything in statistics and machine learning. Towards Data Science is a blog that has like lots of actually really good basic to advanced concepts as well discussed, and they also share code and different ways to approach different analytical problems. So both are quite good, and I'm not getting any money or anything from them, but definitely resources that I use. This is a link to the Kashi paper that talks about some best practices in chart review studies. Again, this is more on the data collection side, but the world of statistics and clinical research is one big family, and everything is like innately linked between data collection, data cleaning, variable types, and then analysis. This is a link to a sort of a good summary paper and sort of different best practices and some challenges in the prospective collection world, talking about how and why to use certain types of things in your data collection forms. And then most people should know REDCap, but it's a way to collect data that's better than Excel. So leave it to that. And then you guys probably all know that sort of Equator Network guidelines, STROBE for observational studies, you know, CONSORT for prospective RCTs, but really like there are some guidelines within the guidelines of how to report your study that talk about the data collection and talk about the variable types and how to describe them. And so I almost always tell people to just refer to the Equator Network guidelines for whatever type of study you're doing in terms of describing both the methods and how you did the data collection and data cleaning. Cool. So I took about 48 minutes, so I'm a little over, and I apologize, and happy to take questions, and I can answer them in the chat too.
I think there is some discussion in the chat about like losing statistical power going from continuous to categorical.
Let me quickly take a look at the chat, but I think Rob, who's after me, will talk about all that.
Yeah, just generally speaking, anytime that you take a continuous variable and you categorize it, you're losing data, because if you have, for instance, age, and you have a range of ages from 20 to 100, and there are people all over there. All statistics are fundamentally based on modeling variance. So there's a lot of variance, there's a lot of different data points, and the more variance that you have, the more data you have in some respects. If you cut it in half and you have just age over 65 versus age under 65, you've effectively lost information. So usually what that translates into is you lose power. But that said, once you get to the analysis level, and then depending on where this is in your hypothesis, it could be clinically important for interpretability to choose a cutoff or a category. And so like, I think Rob's comment about like hemoglobin greater than or less than 7, that's a good one, because for the most part, you probably should just record hemoglobin as is. But if your hypothesis is something like, patients with a hemoglobin less than 7 got this many units of blood versus patients above, then that's your outcome variable, and a fundamental part of your hypothesis is making that categorization. That doesn't mean necessarily don't collect the data as a continuous, but really there, like, to have a good a priori specification of what you're planning to do with the data. That would be a time when you really should collect things as a categorical. Otherwise, though, most of the decisions to do continuous versus categorical are downstream, and trying to collect data, you may want to do it as a continuous. The other reason for that too, and the last thing, I know I'm kind of going on about this a bit, but I think it's an important point. I'm glad Chris brought it up. In regression modeling, especially, there are a lot of hard assumptions about the distribution, and most biological variables are not normally distributed. Now, that said, it's not technically that all variables in a regression model have to be normally distributed, but the distribution can affect the validity of the regression model. And so sometimes you can, and very commonly what the data analyst will have to do is do a transformation, meaning the actual way it goes into the model is not troponin, it's log troponin. In the vignettes, we talk about the stratify decision rule, which is one that Sean Collins came out with about 5 years ago. Troponin in that model is modeled as the cubic root of troponin. Now, that's not clinically interpretable, but for that model, it works because you can assign a point value to it. And so it does depend on your question, but those are things that are better made downstream at the analysis stage. So
Yeah,
I
I
hope
think
that
the
sort of
key, the
answers
key
it.
thing to highlight that you're bringing up, Nick, I think is for everyone, when you're creating data collection instruments, if you have the option to collect continuous, collect continuous. Your
Yeah.
statistician can deal later on with you as to whether you're ultimately going to treat that as a categorical or cutoffs or ordinal, but collect it continuous and you won't go wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I would say two other quick things along these lines would be, and I kind of alluded to this in the chat, but agree that you want to collect continuous data when you can, but just in high granularity data is good. I mean, I think of the categorization as being most meaningful in terms of loss of information, right? Like the age cutoff greater than 65, less than 65, right? What that means is that you're treating somebody who is 64 the same as somebody who is 24, and you're treating someone 66 the same as someone who's 86, and obviously, like, clinically that's somewhat ridiculous. I mean, sometimes we have to make these decisions, sometimes you have to make those cut points, but and then the other point was just in terms of collecting high granularity data. You also have to remember to try to make sure the juice is worth the squeeze. Like it may be, you may be able to get extremely highly granular data, but it's exceedingly expensive and time consuming to collect it. Whereas something that's almost as good is maybe available for free or takes a quarter of the time. So the same thing goes for the quantity of data you collect. It would be great if you could pull a lot of stuff automatically from the chart, but if when you're pulling data points by hand, right, that's either you doing it, that's someone else doing it. And while obviously you don't want to have to go back into charts to re-pull some data point you forgot about, it's equally wasteful to pull 55 data points in your data abstraction and then just have it sit there. So I mean, again, consult with your statistician early, consult with your methodologist early to make sure that you're trying to optimize. It's always a balance.
Rob's just saying that because a study, an echo study that we did that he helped me out with, I had a 30-minute echocardiography protocol in it, and he was just didn't want to collect all that data. No, I'm just kidding. I totally agree.
Well, we can both be right. But just okay.
All right, guys. Does anyone want to take a break, or do we want to move on to Rob's talk? I have a vote for move on. I have a vote for move on.
All right. I like it. Okay.
Let's keep it going.
Okay. 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 Can everybody see my screen? All right, let me get rid of your smiling faces. Okay, everybody, I'm Rob Ehrman. I'm from Wayne State. I'm going to talk about confounding, what it is and kind of how we deal with it. I don't have any disclosures. So, the meat of this talk is really supposed to be about confounding and adjustment. I'm going to touch on some topics and some ideas that are, closely related. I think useful on their own, like regression modeling, but I also think it kind of helps understand the framework better for like what adjustment is and why we do it. And then finally, at the end, I'm going to go over an annotated analysis of some of our sample data. So kind of starting to think about confounding. Obviously, we have to define it. And so kind of going back in history a little bit, there used to be this thought that birth order was a risk factor for development of Down syndrome. And you can see from this graph that the data collected here would seem to support that, right? The incidence rate of Down syndrome is substantially greater for the fifth child born to the same mother than the first child. Of course, now we know that it's not actually birth order, it's maternal age that's associated with the greatest risk of Down syndrome. But what you can see is there's some kind of confusion, or these concepts are sort of tied up in one another, in the sense that obviously a mother gets older as she has more and more children. So she's older by at least 5 years when she has the fifth child, compared to the first child, but in fact it's age that's having the big impact. It's not actually birth order. And so we would call maternal age in this situation a confounder. So a formal definition of a confounder would be a variable that's associated with the exposure, but not a consequence of it. But it's also an independent predictor of the outcome. And why we care about confounders is because they distort the association between the exposure and the outcome of interest. I like diagrams. They make everything easier for me to understand. So we talk about both exposure and outcome. Again, sometimes this will be exposure and outcome, exposure and disease, intervention and outcome. These are all sort of synonyms, but we can see, right, the confounder up here is again associated with the exposure, but it's not causative. That's why the double-headed arrow, and then you see the relationship between the confounder and the disease. And so as an example, we might collect some data on alcohol consumption and look at the association with mortality and find that people who drink more have a greater mortality. But of course, there's going to be other factors that contribute to mortality: age, past medical history, et cetera, et cetera. So this would sort of satisfy one of the criteria. Sometimes it can be a little bit more challenging to figure out if sort of criteria number two, or actually it was number one on my slide, but whether there's an association but not a consequence. But if we look specifically at smoking, this one's easy to think through, right? We clearly know that smoking has an independent effect on mortality, right? And you might also find that people that, or at least a subset of people that drink a lot of alcohol might also smoke a lot. And so we would say that the impact of alcohol consumption on mortality is confounded by smoking, because some of the mortality outcome, or some of the increase in mortality, if you were just looking at alcohol consumption, is actually the result of smoking. So if you look at it kind of in a counter example, you might find that people who drink a lot of alcohol watch Magnum PI, the greatest TV show in history, but you'd kind of be hard pressed to say that this contributes to mortality. So this would not be a confounder. Kind of going the other direction, there's definitely an association between the BRCA mutation, the gene mutation itself I'm talking about, and mortality. But again, it doesn't really satisfy, this criteria. So BRCA mutation is probably not a confounder in this situation. Something that is oftentimes that can be a little bit confusing when talking about confounders is this idea of mediators. So say we're looking at the impact of sedentary lifestyle on the development of cardiovascular disease and like, how does this happen? And what we see in this diagram, right, is actually that the effect of sedentary lifestyle on development of CVD goes through obesity. And obviously there's other factors. This is a simplification. But so what this represents actually is a causal pathway. And that's why we call this a mediator. So obesity mediates the impact of sedentary lifestyle on cardiovascular disease. And why this is important, or why I bring it up, is because this is not a confounder. This is not something you would actually want to adjust for if you were, trying to model this relationship, because then you would essentially not be able to understand what the influence was of obesity on your outcome. Like so many other things, it's actually substantially more complicated. If you want to get a little bit into the weeds, I refer you to this paper. It's in the Google Drive. But again, it's the important thing, or what I'm talking about here, is just remember the idea of a confounder is associated with the intervention or your exposure. It impacts the outcome and it distorts the relationship here. You might have the question of like, how much of a distortion of the relationship qualifies something as a confounder. Sort of in epidemiologic studies, they use this sort of rule of thumb is 10%. If it changes the relationship by 10% or more, it's a confounder. If less than 10%, it's not. There's whether this is how useful this is in sort of clinical research, or how closely adhered to, is a not such a big deal. But just know, if you see that number thrown out, that's where that comes from. The idea of confounding and bias, again, easy to confuse. And I think that they're related concepts, but they're certainly not synonyms. I sort of think of this as, confounding is a form of bias, but most bias doesn't come from confounding. However, understanding bias and what it is and also what it's not, I think, is just an important concept to understand. So I'm going to take a little bit of a sort of a digression here. Again, I refer you to this paper from which this diagram is pulled for a little bit more detail. But say, for example, that you want to study a population parameter of interest. And so we're looking at systolic blood pressure in adults, and we want to figure out what the normal systolic blood pressure is. So in sort of this, ideal world, perfect world, our sample would come from the entire United States, right? But obviously we can't do that. So we have to draw what we hope is a representative sample, right? Maybe we can enroll 20,000 patients. And then we're going to use all those blood pressures to figure out what the normal systolic blood pressure is. But as we go about doing this, there's going to be two sources of error. There's going to be random error, which is things like, you use the wrong size blood pressure cuff, or you put it on incorrectly. Somebody transcribes 123 as 132. So that's random error. You can't really do anything about that. And then there's systematic error. So another question to think about would be, where you're going to get your patients. So you might go to primary care doctors' offices to get your patients, or you might go to the ED. But of course, these patients aren't actually representative of the entire United States, right? Because not everyone in the US goes to the ED or has a primary care doctor. So your sample estimate of blood pressure is going to be different from your population parameter because of one, random error, and two, that systematic error that we introduced based on how we enrolled our patients. And the systematic error is bias. It's important to think about this because as you move through the process of sort of having a research question, designing and then implementing your study, analyzing your study, and then sort of disseminating it to the world, error can be introduced at every step along the way. And again, this is a plug for talk to your methodologist, talk to your statistician, like before you start doing your study, before you start collecting data, because, if you get too far, you might be, SOL. Is we think about adjustments, adjusting for confounding is generally something that we consider to be possible, whereas bias, not so much. There really is, there are so many different types of bias. There's really no way you could, remember them all. And it's not really that important to remember the names. This is a really nice website that I refer you to. Again, not to remember the names, but more to kind of think through the concepts. Again, a reminder that you can sort of think about sources of bias happening sort of before the trial, during the trial, and then after it's completed and disseminated. People oftentimes will group biases into sort of two loose categories. So selection bias, which deals with, or selection biases, which deal with how patients get into a study. And then once they're in the study, information biases result from how the data is handled and analyzed and that sort of thing. Again, just a whole bunch of different subtypes of selection bias, even more types of information bias. But like I said, bias is everywhere. And it's not just something that, you know, shows up in publications in the Journal of the Hollywood Upstairs Medical College. It can actually pop up in, you know, high impact journals like this paper, which is from JACC, which is arguably a pretty reputable journal. This was published about a year ago, and they were looking at the impact of survival amongst patients hospitalized with COVID in the use of treatment dose anticoagulation. And these are two survival curves. So over here, this is all patients, so it looks like anticoagulation improves survival, but that benefit is even greater in patients that were mechanically ventilated. And this all seems real great, but in fact, it turns out these results are biased, and the reason is something called immortal time bias. So what they did was they start the survival clock running at the time of admission, and you know, patients get into the anticoagulation group regardless of when they started. So if you started on day 0, or if you started on day 1, or hospital day 5, you get lumped into the anticoagulation group. The problem is for the patient that who got anticoagulation on day 5, in this analytic method, what happens is those 5 days that they lived up until they started getting anticoagulated become associated with the treatment, when in fact it was associated with no treatment, and that biases the results to make the intervention look better. Okay, so what are we going to do about confounding? You may have heard these terms controlled for, adjusted for, and sort of wondered what they mean. So I'm going to try to explain that. So say you have an outcome Y, and your main predictor of interest is A, and your main predictor of interest is A, but you think B and C might be confounders. So if you have adjusted for B and C, what you were saying is that the independent effect of variable A on your outcome Y, while removing the effects of B and C, another way to think of that is holding them constant. I have some examples. Don't worry if this isn't like totally clear. There are a couple of different ways to you know, sort of do adjustments. Regression modeling is one of the most common. It's also just sort of a good thing to know about. And so I'm going to go through some basic concepts now. Say we're interested in looking at the impact of age on systolic blood pressure, and each one of these is a specific patient, right, that has an age and a systolic blood pressure. This is a best fit line, and the slope describes the relationship between age and systolic blood pressure, right? It's a rise over run, delta Y over delta X. For any particular, 1 unit change in age leads to a particular change in systolic blood pressure. And everybody probably remembers the slope of the line from high school math or college math. Y equals mx plus b. Sort of in modeling speak, this is what the equation looks like. So we call these things like betas, or also the regression coefficients. This last thing is the error term, and essentially is a way of looking at, a simplified way to think about this is like how far each of these dots is from the best fit line. I'm not going to go into any more detail than that, but it's good to know that, just kind of basics of what else goes into this. This is a single variable, but obviously we can think about incorporating multiple predictor variables, right? That's what these are. These are the predictors or the independent variables. This is the dependent variable. Obviously we can have more than one predictor. In this situation, we have a continuous outcome, so it's linear regression. It's simple linear regression when there's one variable, although we don't do that much. When you get into having more than one predictor, some people call this multiple linear regression or multivariable linear regression. There are a lot of synonyms in statistics. Sometimes they're used correctly, sometimes incorrectly. It can be really confusing. But in any case, if we're looking at the actual regression equation and we're just looking at the impact of age, right? This is what it would look like. This is what we call our intercept. And then again, this is the slope, and this is the impact of age on systolic blood pressure. So if we plug this information into a statistical software program, we get some results. So parameter estimates is a synonym for regression coefficients. The intercept mostly we ignore because it's meaningless. So what its interpretation is, what is systolic blood pressure when age is 0? Now, obviously -16 is meaningless, and that's why I say most of the time we just ignore it. But now we look at age. And so how we would interpret this would be to say that every 1 year increase in age is associated with a 0.71 unit increase in systolic blood pressure. But say, obviously, you're interested in adjusting for some other variables and you think weight might be a confounder. So now we're going to adjust for weight. So again, we do the same thing. We plug this information into our statistical software, and right away you can see some differences, right? The parameter estimates changed. The intercept had the largest change here, but age changed a little bit. And so how you would interpret this would be to say that every 1 year increase in age is associated with a 0.7 unit increase in systolic blood pressure, adjusted for weight. If you were interested in the, weight is the outcome of interest, or the predictor of interest, and you wanted to adjust for age, you would say that for every 1 kilogram increase in weight, systolic blood pressure increases by about 1 unit, holding age constant or adjusted for age. That holding constant thing sometimes throws people. So this is just kind of a quick example. Remember, the way that we kind of solve these regression equations by just plugging in those parameters, right? And so in this situation, we're adjusting for weight. We're holding weight constant, right? The same weight, 120 kilograms in each patient. And if you solve this equation and then subtract the solved version of this equation, what happens is the intercepts cancel out, these cancel out, and all you're left with is the difference in the effect of a 1 year increase in age from 30 to 31, and that's 0.7. The same general idea happens, or you use the same idea to adjust for categorical variables. So in this case, sex. It's a little bit more complicated, and what you do is you create what are called indicator variables or dummy variables. So in this case, we're coding females as a 1 and males as a 0. The same thing happens if you have multi-level categorical variables like 1, 2, 3. But now what we're going to do is we're looking at the impact of gender, and we want to adjust for age. So the same thing, we're holding age constant at 31, so that cancels out, this cancels out. Because we've coded females as a 1, male goes away, because you're multiplying by 0. And so what you're left with is this minus 0.43. So the interpretation here would be the effect of being female on blood pressure compared to being male is that blood pressure is lower by 0.43. And that's, again, it's negative, so it's a lower blood pressure. There are a slew of other different types of regression models. They're different in the sense that they kind of deal with sort of different types of outcomes. These are, binary outcomes, count data, repeated measures data, but they all kind of function on the same basic principle, which is that there's a linear relationship between a collection of predictors and the outcome. Now, again, kind of Nick alluded to this before, there's a lot of assumptions go into basically every statistical calculation. This is a pretty good one. Does someone have a question they want to ask?
Yeah, it's Naveen Punai again. Sorry to interrupt. This is great. I just have one question. Sometimes when I'm talking to my statistician, like let's just use the example you gave, I want to look at the effect of age and sex on blood pressure. And I think I might misspeak actually when I'm talking to them, because if I tell them I want you to put both age and sex in the model, is that interpreted differently than I want to see the effective age adjusting for sex?
Well, it depends. I would say the short answer is probably it's probably the same thing. I mean, it's always a little bit more complicated depending on exactly what the model is and what the relationships amongst covariates is. But for the most part, those are, I think, synonymous.
I think you're saying the same thing. The problem is that, and this is kind of where some of the nuances that's difficult to understand, is that adjustment is a somewhat vague term in and of itself, because there's different ways to adjust for things. So in this context, the way you are adjusting age for sex, but the way you're doing that is that both are regressed against one another in the same model. That's not the only way to adjust for things, though. That's very specific in the context of a regression model. So that's kind of why you're right, but it's just saying adjustment in and of itself is somewhat of imprecise terminology.
Well, just to add a little complexity, your statistician may ask if you want to test an interaction between age and sex, which is another way to put it into the model where you see how those two terms directly interact with each other.
Yeah, and I think Rob's going to get to that very briefly in a sec, because this is all based on linear assumptions, but then so many things are not linear. And so for instance, in the vignette data set, there's a very strong interaction between the two primary markers of interest with regards to the outcome.
All right, get out of my lecture topic. I'll get there. You're going to ruin my lecture. You're going to give away my punchline.
That's what we're all here for, Rob.
No, I'm just kidding. No, you can finish. I was making a joke. It doesn't land as well on Zoom.
I forgot what I was saying. No, keep going on, because I know you have this later in your slides, so I don't want to get us behind.
No. So anyway, yeah, good question. I mean, again, like some of this terminology, these things get used. Terms get used interchangeably by non-statisticians as well as by statisticians, and so different people sometimes you might mean one thing and it gets interpreted in a different way. And I guess that happens with language in general, but it can be challenging with stats. So just, it's always better to sort of ask the questions to your statistician, terminology questions, to make sure you're talking about the same thing. But anyways, like I was saying, these linear regression models, or most regression models, assume a linear relationship between the predictors and outcomes. Most of the time, this assumption holds, but certainly not always. The more advanced topics would be nonlinear regression models, polynomial models, like you have a quadratic term. You might have heard of spline models or generalized additive models. Again, beyond the scope of this talk, but just kind of knowing that there are other options out there. This is another sort of more advanced aside for people that want to kind of get off into the weeds. And this actually is kind of where I was going with this question that you just asked in terms of what question you're trying to answer. So most of the time, parameter estimate interpretation is, as I have previously described, which is sort of the independent effect of, variable A on outcome Y. And usually that holds, but unfortunately, it's not always the case. Sometimes this is termed the table 2 fallacy, because oftentimes papers will have, a table that has a whole bunch of regression parameters listed within it. And, where the problem arises is you may collect data, or you may design a study and build a model that's with the goal of answering a specific question about a specific predictor. So you might want to look at the the impact of tobacco use on the 10-year stroke incidence. And you may adjust for a number of confounders or covariates that wind up in your model and wind up in table 2. And while the interpretation of, you know, your primary variable tobacco exposure on 10-year incidence of stroke would be pretty straightforward, you may not be able to interpret all of those other parameters in the same way. And the reason is a little bit complicated, but what happens is the relationship between individual predictors, interactions between them, confounding between them, and the outcome can change when you sort of pull out the effects of your primary exposure. So smoking in this case, it's sort of related to, you know, again, causal pathways and a number of other things that this paper does a really nice job explaining, because it's somewhat of a complicated idea. It has some nice diagrams. So again, I point you in this direction if you're interested, but you know, for the most part, you can probably just, you know that it exists. Okay, so now getting to the sort of annotated example, remember that what we're trying to, the question we're trying to look at is whether these novel variables have some relationship with clinically relevant 30-day outcomes. And so we've decided to use a composite outcome of 30-day mortality, ICU admission, or readmission for heart failure, not getting into the idea of how you choose an outcome and whether a composite outcome is the right one. I mean, that's a whole nother talk in and of itself, but let's just assume it's useful. This versus no, so this is logistic regression. And this is a prognostic model. Now, again, a little bit of an aside, a prognostic model is not the same as a diagnostic model. You know, there are some differences in sort of temporality, differences when we think about causality. Remember, causal inference is a whole separate field. And although everybody, I'm sure, knows that association is not causation, again, this can get a little tricky. This is a nice paper that kind of goes over some of the differences and you know why they're important. Think about sort of the use of like white blood cell, normally useless in terms of diagnosing conditions, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it might not be useful in prognostic models. Okay, so potential confounders and covariates that, you know, one would typically think about, including would be demographics, medical history, labs, vital signs, treatments, in this case, BiPAP or IV nitro. And then sometimes, you know, the novel factors, there's CI and SVRI, and that's outpatient loop diuretic use. So let's do our first example. So I just call this 30-day outcome. And this is our simple model with just these two terms. You plug it into SAS and you get some outputs. So here, these are our raw parameter estimates. You can see that they're not actually statistically significant. Logistic regression uses like a log output is odds ratio. So you don't interpret these. You have to take the anti-log of the parameter estimates, and these actually give you odds ratios here. So you can see the odds ratio, the confidence CI cross is 1. So again, these are not statistically significant. And there's a couple of other related factors that I want to talk about as we think about how we're going to build and refine our model. And we kind of sort of generally talk about this is model fit. So the first thing is R squared. So you might have heard about this, and what are or heard of this. R squared is a measure of how much of the variation in the outcome is explained by your covariate. So this is a pretty small number, right? In general, the larger the better, although only up into a point. I mean, this goes from 0 to 1. You know, there is no hard and fast rule or numbers like what you want to shoot for. It depends on the application. You know, in general, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, right? These are things that might be reasonable and useful, but again, as you get like larger and larger, it's you know, 0.1 is just unobtainable, and that means there's probably something wrong. But sort of a fact about model fit in R squared is that as you add more variables into your model, it's always going to get larger. So a 25 variable model is going to have a larger R squared than a 5 variable model. And so that's what you where you get into these adjustments. Adjusted R square values take into account or penalize you for the more variables that you add, right? Because you're adding some signal, but you're also adding some noise. I like this one, McFadden's R squared for logistic regression models. And you can see, right, this is actually a little bit smaller than just the unadjusted R squared because, there's only 2 parameters. And then a closely related variable or parameter, something called AIC, information criteria. Again, the specifics not that important. This value has no meaning, but where this is useful is in comparing model fit amongst nested models. So what a nested model would be is if I added, say, age and systolic blood pressure and BiPAP use to this model, this reduced model with just CI and SVRI would be nested within that larger model. And then I could compare AIC between the two to see which has a better fit. And I have some examples of that moving forward. And then the other thing that you should consider when thinking about regression models or logistic regressions is this idea of model discrimination, which basically tells you how well your model predicts who does have an event versus who does not have an event. Remember that if you only have 2 outcomes, yes or no, your model, statistically or from a probabilistic standpoint will be right half the time. So if you're no better than 50% discrimination, your model stinks. And so that's what this straight line is here. And then graphically, this is what our model is doing here. And we can see that it's actually terrible. It's not useful at all. The numeric version of sort of the ROC curve, which is what this is the area under the curve, right? Is just the area to the right of this. So again, 0.5 is useless and ours is 0.51. So again, this model, not super useful. There's a closely related concept, something called model calibration. I point you to this paper also in the Google Drive that's worth taking a look at if you're interested, but I'm not going to talk about it here. So now we see that CI and SVRI aren't very useful on their own, and we need to think about adding some variables, adjusting for confounders. And so we need to think about how we do this and why we might do this. And there's 2 ways. There's by significance and by meaning. So by significance, you've probably seen something like this in a paper where they'll say, we did a univariate analysis on all of our individual potential predictors, and those that were significant at the less than 0.2 level were then considered for addition into our multivariable model. This is okay. You'll find that, like a lot of other things in statistics, there's almost never a purely correct answer. Everything is part art, part science. But you could easily imagine a situation in which, a variable might be significant when it's analyzed just, by itself, and loses significance when you put it into a larger model. And then the flip side would also be true. Again, this isn't not to say that it's necessarily good or bad. Some journals, some people will sort of insist that you do this, even though it's, again, not necessarily the best way. And then the other way you would do something where you add variables is by meaning, which is kind of what it sounds like. You put something in a model because it just makes sense to do so. As an example, if you're trying to come up with a clinical decision aid for, who should get admitted, you might include age just because it makes sense, even if it's not statistically significant, because we all know what a large influence age has on our decision to admit a patient. Pretty much regardless of what the condition is, you're far more likely to admit an 80-year-old than a 20-year-old. So we will decide to add age, GFR, and use of BiPAP to our model here. Again, these are our parameter estimates, and we see, again, they're not significant, right? They're crossing the CI crosses 1. But our discrimination got better, right? Now we went from 0.5 to like 0.59, so that's encouraging. Our R squared, adjusted R squared, increased by an order of magnitude, and our AIC didn't change a whole lot. So maybe we will just add a ton of more variables and see if we can actually get something useful, right? That makes sense. So here is, again, this is just like a sample of what I added. It's just kind of cut off. It wouldn't all fit on the screen. And we see that, voila, in fact, like our discrimination is now, it's pretty good, 0.71. Our adjusted R squared increased again by another order of magnitude. So that's looking good. But then we look at this like AIC, and this is actually larger, right? It was 307 before. So what's actually happening here is something you may have heard of, which is called overfitting. And to understand overfitting and why it's important to also remember why we build models in the first place, which is to make generalizations, right? We want to collect data in our, sample, and then we want to construct a model, and then we want to kind of give that model out to the universe so that you can use it at your own institution. But what happens is you add more and more and more and more variables into your model. What starts happening is you are describing with greater and greater detail the patients in your data set, right? You're modeling not only signal, but a lot of the specific noise, the error in that data set, and it therefore becomes not generalizable. So it may fit the data better, but it doesn't give you useful information. And this is just kind of a way to look at it graphically. If each blue dot is a patient, this model is definitely overfit because it's just describing these patients. And if you try to use it on another data set, it's not going to produce useful results, whereas this is more of a best fit model. So as I said, there's not a right answer to how you avoid overfitting. Again, it's part science, part art. There are a few loose rules. So you may have heard with logistic regression in terms of how many variables you can include, this idea of the events per variable ratio. The commonly accepted number is 10 to 1. So that means if you want, to include 10 variables in your model and your outcome is death, you have to have 10 deaths. Otherwise, your model will be overfit. This was based on some sort of early small simulation studies. And there's actually some newer data that suggests that this is probably too stringent, that other factors beyond just the events per variable ratio impacts model fit, and that you can probably relax this. These are a couple of papers that you can reference if you run into this problem with reviewers who are largely still going to expect you to abide by this ratio, especially if they didn't have formal statistical training, or if their formal training was a long time ago. These are also, good reads, and we'll teach you a lot about logistic regression and Cox modeling. Those papers are also in the Google Drive. It's a little bit of a different story when it comes to continuous outcomes. There's no hard and fast limit, but in general, parsimonious models are better, right? A more complicated model is not necessarily a better model. I mean, again, think of this idea as that as you're adding more variables, you're getting signal, but you're also getting more noise. And then, the flip side to that too is also thinking about, how your model, or whatever you're going to use it for, whether or not it's going to be useful clinically. If you have 15 variables in your model, nobody's going to use it clinically, right? I mean, you've never calculated an Apache score on a patient that you're seeing clinically. Now, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be using these more complex rules or decision aids, whatever. But, pragmatically speaking, people aren't going to do it. Okay, so again, we're sort of back to our sample data, and you might be wondering why we would, choose a sample, or, choose a data point that doesn't actually produce any significant results. And that would be silly, and we didn't do it. But this brings up sort of the last important points, sort of what Joe was alluding to, and Nick was kind of getting to as well, is this idea of interaction between variables. And so what an interaction is when the effect of variable A on your outcome Y differs based on the level of variable B. I have the examples coming up. This can be categorical or continuous, and this is the notation we say, there's an interaction between A and B is the asterisk. So this is looking at two categorical variables, right? Drug versus placebo. And then the other categorical variable is stroke severity, mild, moderate, or severe. And our outcome is the percent surviving. And so you can see that the impact of drug on survival varies by stroke severity. So this is mild strokes, it's pretty good survival, less for moderate, and then substantially lower for placebo. And, you know, again, it essentially has no effect for placebo. But again, the impact of drug has a differential effect on the outcome based on level of stroke severity. So if we look at our data set, we might be interested in an interaction between, say, GFR and being on dialysis, right? Because you can imagine that the sort of meaning, you know, a patient that has a low GFR and is on dialysis might mean something different from a patient that just has a de novo low GFR. Or you might wonder if, you know, being on dialysis, there's a differential effect of being on dialysis for men versus women. And so you kind of plug that in here. This is what just the output from your statistical software looks like. But how you interpret this would be the effect of being on dialysis versus not being on dialysis for men. And then this is the same thing, the effect of dialysis versus no dialysis for women. And again, these are on the logit scale. So when we transform these to odds ratios, we see that, right, there's actually a differential effect. It's an increased risk for men for the same outcome, but a decreased risk for women because the odds ratio is less than 1. These are not significant, but again, it's illustrative of the principle. And so now we put in a continuous outcome, right? We're back to our model. This is our interaction. So we see now that actually this interaction term is statistically significant. And when you have a significant interaction in your model, you ignore the main effects. You don't try to interpret them. And this is just in comparison with our non-interacted model. The question then becomes, like, how do you interpret this interaction? And it's actually somewhat complicated, right? Because the impact varies across levels of the different variables. Again, one other thing I wanted to point out, right, was that this AIC is actually lower than for the original model, which was like 307. So even though we've added another term, we're actually getting better fit, and actually our R squared is like an order of magnitude greater than the non-interacted model. But this is the way that one way to interpret continuous interactions. The y-axis is the probability of our 30-day composite outcome. The x-axis is cardiac index, and each one of these lines represents a different SVRI. So for example, you can see that at a cardiac index of 3, patients with high SVRI are more likely to have an adverse outcome compared to patients with a low SVRI. But when we get down to lower cardiac index, right, like, you know, 1.5, the relationship has the inverse effect. So ultimately, we kind of come up with our final model for this. And you can see that some of the variables are in here because of statistical significance. Some are included by meaning because we think they're important to be in there. You can see that our model discrimination is you know, substantially better than it was initially. Just as an aside, Nick has done a very nice analysis in the vignette document that he sent out. The numbers might be a little bit different. He's young and hip and cool and uses R, and I'm old and stodgy and I use SAS. So, you know, don't let these small differences in the numbers break your brain, because it's just, you know, it's not meaningful. But you can see here now with our full model, right, we're now about another order of magnitude increased in our adjusted R squared, and even better than that, right, our AIC has decreased substantially. So again, even though our model is larger, has more terms, we're modeling more signal with less noise, and that's beneficial. And then the last, this last little thing, this is also in the vignette. Another way to interpret the output of regression models is something called the nomogram. You actually don't see this all that often, which is too bad, because it's much easier to, it's a nice way to put together multivariable models. You know, you essentially look at, this is the total points and sort of your total probability of having the outcome, and then kind of each variable itself is kind of displayed over here, and you get a certain number of points based on a value, and then you can kind of add them up. Again, there's more detail in the vignette, but this is something that's really nice. You should ask your statistician if they can make these for you. So summing up, I certainly covered a lot of information. I know I covered it kind of quickly, but the idea here is that you have access to this stuff so you can kind of go back and look at it to sort of review and make some of the stuff a little bit more clear. But in any case, so confounding is important because it distorts a relationship between an exposure and an outcome. And when we adjust for confounding, we're removing the impact of those confounders. There are different ways to adjust for confounders. Regression modeling is one of them. A nice other sort of, corollary, something that I hope you learned from this, is that regression modeling is based on this idea of the linear association between predictors and outcomes. There are a lot of decisions that go into how you build your model, how you refine your model. It's part art, it's part science. Think about these ideas of fit versus overfit, and then also the idea that a more complex model is not necessarily the best model, right? That's this idea of parsimony. Don't forget about interactions, right? Because the reason I kind of left that till the end is if you forget about interactions, you may conclude that there's no signal in your data when in fact there may be some. And then really the takeaway point, right, is that all models are wrong, but some are useful. This is a quote from an old statistician. And so I'll wrap up with that, and then I can take any questions that you guys have.
Rob, there were a couple questions in the chat about interpreting the notation of a interaction term. So like A times B. And this does somewhat get into the statistical platform too, because it actually, some of it means something different in SAS than it does in R. But I don't know if you wanted to get into that. And then there was also questions about kind of random effects versus fixed effects.
Oh, geez. Well, random effects versus fixed effects. I don't know if we have time to get into all of these things. Okay, I'm looking at some of these. A, B is right as the effect of A on B, or the effect of B on A. It's not necessarily one or the other. It's looking at the, they sort of, it's neither, I guess. It's just saying that it's different. The effect of A on outcome Y is different based on the level of B. Does that make sense? It's looking at how the relationship influences the outcome. Does that answer the question, Leah?
One thing I'd add is I think it's helpful to think of the conceptual idea of an interaction separate from the mathematical way that we do it. And the concept is something along the lines of, like, I think the EGFR and dialysis is a good one because that's somewhat easy to understand. Someone's EGFR is going to be predictive of adverse outcomes. So as EGFR goes down, renal function goes down, it's going to be predictive of adverse outcomes. But if they're on dialysis, it might not, because at that point, clinically, their creatinine doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't really all that well correlate to what's going to happen to them acutely. So from a conceptual standpoint, what you're saying is that one factor affects how another factor influences the outcome. Mathematically, what you're saying is that in that linear equation, factor one contributes this, factor two contributes this, but you have to adjust the effect of factor B on factor A with this interaction term. And that, again, like that's more complicated than we can go into here, but the general idea is that the relationship between a independent variable and a dependent variable also depends on another independent variable, if that kind of makes sense. And yeah, I regret, Rama's putting it in there. I really regret putting the example in the chat of my one professor who didn't believe that random effects are a thing, because that is an incredibly radical view. Just generally, like, that's not a thing. But
the more commonly held practice is to use random
yes,
effects.
I purely use that as an example of people tend to disagree on what is a fixed effect and what is a random effect, but I think like a lot of the examples that are in there are good.
I think that's where you could come into play too as the content expert, right? Like in deciding what is fixed and what is random. But you know, for the most part, like you're going to care about the fixed effects. Like that's what you care about, because like you're trying to compare the difference between, you know, like two treatment groups. You're not trying to like look at the variation that is due to like your repeated measurements of blood pressure, or repeated observations of some phenomena. And so like to you is interpreting the data and interpreting the analysis, like you really only care about the fixed effects.
Anyone else have any other questions before we move on?
Just a quick comment or sort of question. Rob, thanks for going over the tests of interaction. I use SAS also. I mean, the test of interaction, at least it would explain to me, was essentially your subgroup analysis. And if the main effects are not significant, I think I was told that you can't really do a subgroup analysis if your main effects aren't significant, or that you shouldn't do a subgroup analysis if your main effects are significant, but please tell me if I've got this wrong.
So so is that, you mean that the, like, I'm trying to think of, make sure we're talking about the same thing. So like if you have like A and, you know, if your model has A and B and those are not significant, then you shouldn't put in an interaction, or?
That's correct. Yeah.
I don't think that's the case.
Say you're looking at drugs, say drug is your predictor, and the effect of blood pressure on drug was not significant. Then I was told you would kind of stop right there rather than going forward and looking to see whether there were subgroups within drug that were significant.
Well, I think that's a little bit of a different question. Or I guess depending on how you operationalize it. I mean, I think that it's okay if you have, you know, like in this example of cardiac index and SVRI, and those were non-significant, it's still okay to see if there's a significant interaction. Somebody else out there, correct me if you think I'm wrong, but the question of the subgroup question is a little bit of a different question, at least the way that I'm conceptualizing it. You know, if you're, and it kind of gets this idea of heterogeneity of treatment effect. I mean, you may have your drug may, like in your whole population, your drug may not lower blood pressure, but there may be some subgroup of patients in whom the drug is actually useful. You know, you can go ahead and look at those subgroups now. You know, you're going to have less statistical power to detect a difference. And, you know, that gets away from, you know, we sort of, I guess you think about those as sort of like hypothesis generating explorations rather than, you know, if you do 1,000 patient study and you wind up with a subgroup of 200 patients in whom it's effective, that's not the end all be all. You need to do like follow-up studies to confirm that. But, you know, I don't know that there's any like hard and fast reason why the answer to that question would be no, you'd have to stop.
Okay, thanks.
The other part of that is that there's a difference between interaction and subgroup analysis. I think those are two things that get conflated sometimes, but interaction is a feature of the model. And it's both a feature of the statistical model and also ideally of your conceptual model. So if your conceptual model is one where it makes sense that there would be two variables which relate to the outcome in a way that depends on the value of each other, then mathematically modeling it makes sense. If it isn't, then maybe you are just testing everything. But even that just like testing every interaction, seeing if you get statistical significance, that's also still slightly different than a subgroup analysis. There's lots of different ways to do subgroup analysis, but generally speaking, statistical significance of the interaction term doesn't necessarily mean that that subgroup is statistically important always. There's lots of other ways, like for instance, you know, a more kind of straightforward way of thinking about subgroup analysis, or a more straightforward way of doing a subgroup analysis is more data restrictive, for instance. So examining everyone who is in one group versus another. So they're kind of different terms. I don't know if that's helpful or just
That answer, did that get to your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
All right, guys, do you want to take a quick break or do you want to go on to the next one? Five-minute break? Okay.
Yeah, a good break here.
All right. Let's reconvene at 5:07 then. 5:08. We'll do 5:08. But if anyone else has any questions, let us know, and we're happy to talk more. Okay, guys, I think we're gonna get started again. Rama is gonna, or I'm sorry, actually, Joe is gonna move on to talk about power analysis.
Thanks, Nick. I'll take over here. Right. If anyone has trouble seeing, let me know. But we are going to contemplate N for the next 20, 30 minutes. And I think if you haven't had this experience yet, you're certainly going to have it at some point where I got this great idea. I'm going to look at this endpoint. And then you go to your statistician and he or she tells you that you're going to need a sample size of 15,000 patients. Well, that doesn't always work out. So we're going to talk a little bit about how to think about sample size and and how to define the key parameters that you need to really consider sample size and to really power a study adequately. We'll look at some simple calculations. Now, unlike some of the statistical regression techniques we've been mentioning, I'll point you to a few resources where you can actually play around with calculating your own sample sizes based on changing different parameters and getting an idea of what it does to sample size. There's actually some decent online resources that make it pretty easy. would still consult a statistician for your final decision making, but it sometimes helps to play around. And we'll talk about how matching endpoints to your sample size matters depending on the type of study you're doing. So it's not all pulling numbers out of a hat, although I will mention that there's definitely an art to sample size determination, and not everything is easily agreed upon, as Rob actually alluded to recently when it comes to modeling, for instance. So sample size actually plays into research ethics too. You want to structure a research question so that the answer is going to be scientifically helpful. You're putting potentially patients at risk, or at least you're putting their data at risk. And so it's only ethical to adequately power a study so you actually push the science forward and not just stay stalled. The other thing to mention is that, and this is true for every aspect of a research design, but certainly plays into sample size, is if you're gonna go forward with a prospective study, put that protocol, your methods, and your planned sample size on a repository. So clinicaltrials.gov is a common one, and there are other options for that as well. And many publishing groups will require that, particularly for trials, so that you have data on what you plan to do initially for sample size. So a few key things to mention, and I'll thank Will Moyer for some of the content here. He does a nice job of giving a similar talk on this. But one thing is, you want to think about what endpoint for what degree of research you're at, whether you're at a pivotal trial or you're at a pre-pivotal trial where you're determining what is going to push your science forward. So it may be that you're just getting started and you don't know what the effect of a treatment you're trying in the ER or a pathway you're trying is going to have on a cohort of patients. So you got to think though, what is the endpoint that is really going to help me move forward with this study? I can't enroll 10,000 patients without first figuring out if it's feasible, for instance, or first figuring out, whether this outcome measure even works in the population I'm studying. But you need to think about what is that endpoint that's going to let me make the next step. Now, if it is a pivotal trial, though, there's some in the past that have used kind of, pre-pivotal data to guide what the effect size is for a pivotal trial. But the best guidance is to use the smallest meaningful effect size as you're thinking about a pivotal trial. I'm kind of using pivotal and non-pivotal rather than going through like phase, 1, 2, 3, 4 type studies. You could also think of like phase, 2 studies as pre-pivotal, and pivotal being a phase 3. So this was actually put very clearly by NINDS in the NIH for their funding, where they very specifically mentioned that power for an efficacy trial or a pivotal trial should be based on the smallest clinically meaningful effect size. And that if you used very small studies or pilot studies to figure out what the effect size is, those are usually unstable effect sizes with wide confidence intervals and can't be treated. You want to think about what's really going to be meaningful to patients or meaningful to how we take care, and go with the smallest meaningful amount. If you go too large, then you may miss the possibility that you had a smaller meaningful. Now, what are the challenges for a lot of us? A lot of us aren't ready to do a big pivotal trial where you're going to randomize 2,000 patients to intervention. A lot of us are doing small things. And the problem with small studies is often we are interested in patient-oriented outcomes, and many of those outcomes are binary. For instance, death. For instance, did they require hospitalization? Yes or no, et cetera. And with small studies, there's also a lot of heterogeneity. We'll talk about how variability or heterogeneity plays into sample sizes. So here's a quick overview of what is going to play into how big a sample size you're going to need. So one simple thing is the number of hypotheses you're going to test. So typically we think about testing one hypothesis, but you can do multiple hypothesis testing in a study, but that is going to increase the sample size you'll need. type 1 error or alpha also impacts. Now, often this is going to be default. You're going to go with 0.05. However, there may be reasons that you may want a more stringent level of type 1 error. Maybe you want 0.01, for instance. Type 2 error or beta is really what your power is. And so whether you power a study for 80% power, 90% power, 99% power, that's going to impact the sample size. I alluded to the fact that what your outcome is also plays into what kind of statistical testing you can do and plays into what the sample size is in a big way. Categorical variables in general are going to require much larger sample sizes than continuous variables, but it also depends on what the effect size is between those outcomes, whether it's the rate of death or whether it's change in lactate, for instance, as an outcome. A lot will also depend on the effect size, which makes a huge impact. Variability matters. The higher the variability, the larger the sample you're going to need. And this is particularly important in emergency medicine and critical care research, where there's a lot of variability in the populations or the syndromes we commonly study. So something like sepsis, there's all kinds of different reasons a patient may have sepsis. Maybe they have sepsis from bacteremia, maybe it's from pneumonia. Huge amounts of variability in that patient population makes it very difficult to come up with perfectly accurate sample sizes. And then lastly, and this is kind of the simplest of it, if you're going to have dropouts in your trial, we don't expect that every patient's going to follow up with you, particularly if your time to your outcome is long. And so you have to account for the possibility that you're going to lose patients over the course of the study and you're not going to have outcome data on them. So they're not going to contribute to testing your hypothesis in the same way. And so hence you'll have to inflate your sample size typically to figure out, to account for that. Just one quick idea of type 1 and type 2 error and how you decide this. So type 1 error, again, we usually pick an alpha of 0.05. If you put out a false positive study, in 1 out of 20 times with a 0.05 error, you might put out a false positive result in the literature. You're going to be crying on the outside that you published this finding that was wrong. Type 2 error, which commonly you hear people saying type 2 error of 80%, that means there's a 20% chance that the treatment you are studying actually works, but you had a false negative result in the study. So you're gonna be crying on the inside. Here's another little cartoon I saw of type 1 and type 2 error that also demonstrates that difference. So this is just a way to compare what effect size does and what variability does. So, or how sample size affects power. So in this top one, we just have one subject in this study on each group, and your power is 0.26. As you increase the sample size, the power goes up, and this is all with the same effect size of 1. So 1 between these two means between the two cohorts. Now, if you increase the effect size, so we're going from an effect size of 1 to 1.5 to 2 being the difference in these means, your power jumps up substantially given the same sample size. So let's pretend, kind of playing off of the data that we've been using for the vignettes here, let's play around that you want to do a randomized controlled trial using a protocolized treatment that's based on the hemodynamic profiling that we have data on. And this is going to be pre-pivotal. You don't have enough data to say that you can randomize 2,000 patients. No one's going to fund that. And so, but you decide, really what I care about is death at 30 days. Like that's the most important clinically meaningful outcome. So what kind of factors do we need to determine N, or the sample size for this kind of scenario? So first, I'm going to throw out that we pick a power of 0.9. That means there's only about a 10% chance that our results will lead to a false negative. And alpha is 0.05, 5% chance that we'll have a false positive result. I'm going to do 2 arms with 1-to-1 randomization. And I picked this binary outcome of death at 30 days. And so I looked through, my population, and I thought that the rate of death in our standard of care population at 30 days was about 2%. But I think my protocol is going to be fairly effective and change that to 1%. Now, is there heterogeneity here that we're not accounting for? Probably. Not all patients with heart failure are reduced EF. We could have a wide variety of preserved EF, reduced EF, et cetera. But we won't account for that for now in this. So that's the sample size we need, though. 6,200 with that outcome of a 2% versus 1% death at 30 days. So that might not work for our pre-pivotal study with our, SAM Foundation grant funding. So let's think, and this is just if we play around with the death rates. We'll say, maybe I'm going to enrich my sample and get a little sicker population of heart failure with reduced EF. They probably have a little higher mortality, maybe 4% at 60 days. Or you can extend your time window out to include more events. Well, still, to get 80% power, even with that higher mortality rate, we're still looking at, upwards of close to 2,000 patients in the study. And then again, with that 30-day rate, even to get 80% power, you're looking at 40-some hundred, and then to 90% power, you're looking at 60-some hundred. All right, so let's back up. So I can't look at death. This is a pre-pivotal study, but what could I do that might push the science forward and make me want to do the next step? There's not an easy answer to this. There's lots of different outcomes you could consider. Maybe you could consider in managing acute heart failure, you could consider some kind of outcome related to, work of breathing, some kind of scale of work of breathing. I'm going to propose, just for the sake of this scenario, let's say we look at the proportional change in BNP levels, or pro-TN-BNP, over 72 hours. There's some precedent for this. It's been done in some other studies in the literature. And so I'm going to hypothesize that the effect size is an absolute difference of 20% in the proportional change in BNP. And then going back in some of the literature I have, I looked at, looks like my standard deviation in this is about 15%. So this is the measure of the variance for a continuous outcome. So we're looking at the variance here. We're looking at the effect size. We're again using the power of 0.9 and alpha 0.05. Oh, the sample size is 78. Well, I might be able to do that with a foundation grant or a small R21 or whatnot that I could test my hypothesis. And so I could do that trial, and then if I see a significant effect in the change in BNP, maybe that would justify a larger trial where we look at more significant clinically meaningful outcomes, such as mortality or other related outcomes related to cardiovascular morbidity. And this is just showing a graphical representation of how the sample size and power are related. Again, you can see around 76 gets you a power of 0.9. If you did want to decrease the power to 0.8, you would have about 60 patients you would need in that study. Now that is before accounting for things like dropouts. So some patients may decide, they don't want to participate after the first 6 hours in your protocol, or some patients may get transferred to another hospital and you lose their outcome data. So you do have to account for some degree of loss to follow-up, and that may inflate that sample size by another 10, 15%, et cetera, based on your experience. This graph is just showing how different estimates of the standard deviation are going to affect that sample size. So on the far left, on the far left, we have a standard deviation of 20%. There you can see that you need far less patients to get a power a power of 0.9. But if we have a 30% standard deviation or more variance in the outcome, then we have an increased sample size. And as you increase it to 0.4, the sample size grows a lot. So again, higher standard deviation, higher variance in your population, you are going to have larger sample sizes. All right, but let's go back and think about more testing for associations. And so we're not doing a trial here. We're not randomizing. We're going to test for associations. And so we decided, you know what, before we go toward any kind of trials using hemodynamic profiles, let's just do another prospective study and look at the association between 4 hemodynamic profiles and death at 30 days. And Rob kind of introduced you to this. We kind of think of an outcome being modeled as these different covariates in the model. And so here we're going to put the patient's hemodynamic profile. Again, there's 4 of those. We're going to put their Get With the Guidelines heart failure score and put their sex into the model. How do we figure out a sample size that will allow us to test this without overfitting the model, as Rob alluded to? So, you know, just like this guy is a little bit overfitted here, overfitting can be common. And we talked about the 10 to 1 rule, which you'll see a lot of, you know, reviewers in journals are gonna hit you on. Like Rob indicated, though, there is precedence to use lower numbers of events per predictor variable, whether that's 5 or 7 to 1. But let's just play around with this model and use the 10 to 1 rule to be on the conservative side. So here we have the number of events we need to adequately model this is going to be, you're going to give, because there's 4 different levels of profile that we're looking at, you're going to do n-1 for that. That gives you 3. Get With the Guidelines heart failure score gives you 1, and sex gives you 1 as well. And so you end up with 50 events that you need to adequately perform that study with adequate power. Now, if your mortality is 2%, then that translates to 2,500 patients you need data on. If the mortality is 1%, that translates to 5,000 patients you need data on to model an endpoint of mortality. Let's say instead of using the Get With the Guidelines score, you kind of separate out all these different variables and include more covariates in your model. Here you end up with, you know, 5,000 patients for 2% mortality, or 10,000 patients if mortality is only 1%. So a low rate endpoint and lots of covariates in your model ends up being a quite large sample size. So one way that you can consider changing things is looking at a composite outcome. And you'll see this very commonly used in the cardiovascular literature, where mortality may have very low rates, but if you look at more of a composite outcome, that might include, you know, death by MI or death, acute myocardial infarction, hospitalization for acute heart failure, hospitalization for arrhythmia, and you add those up at a certain time point, be it 30 days, 60 days, a year, your event rate goes way up. Now, the clinical meaning, you know, how much clinical meaning that has may change, but your event rate will certainly go up. And so here, the model, if you're powering that and using the conservative 10 events per covariate, then you end up, you know, say your composite event rate is 24% at 60 days. Well, then your sample size is 417. It may be easier depending on what your access is to data on these patients. Again, I threw this up just to remind you that Rob did a nice job of putting together some articles that that argue that you could go for less than this 1 variable to 10 events, maybe 1 in 5, 1 in 7. There are also, you know, that's just a general guideline. You can work with your statistician to come up with more refined ways to determine sample sizes for regression modeling, or like this, where we're using testing associations. So for instance, within SAS, there's ways that you can better assess the variability of each variable and the standard deviations associated with each variable, and the binomial distribution of each variable. And then throw those into a power modeling to determine more refined power estimates. So for instance, this one looked at a lot of the same variables, but came up with some very different numbers in terms of going beyond the 10-to-1 rule or the 7-to-1 rule. This also allows you to really specify what kind of an association you're looking at. Are you looking to find an odds ratio of 2, odds ratio of 1.5, 1.2? What would be a significant association in your mind for the variables you're looking at, or for the model you're looking at? And then sometimes you want to develop a study that's looking at a diagnostic test or a clinical decision rule that's going to test sensitivity, specificity. Maybe you want to model for a likelihood ratio, et cetera. These also are going to be driven by the number of informative events. So kind of a similar rubric. In general, though, I would recommend working with a statistician to come up with these. There's not easy to do software for you to come up with this yourself. But you are essentially going to use a 2x2 table and use, sensitivity around certain parameters. Say, like, I want a sensitivity between, 95% and 99%, and power it to test that. And then, this is an example. Say you want to power at these parameters for an effect of a 95% positive predictive value with a lower limit of, I think I meant to put a lower limit of the confidence interval for that positive predictive value of 90%. If you're just doing that, you could come up with a sample size of 239, but that may not allow for any adjustments. And so it gets much more complicated as you put in adjustments for those test characteristics. And I alluded to this earlier, but if you're doing multiple comparisons, whether you're testing two hypotheses or you want to do an interim analysis, which means you take a peek at the data at different time points during the study. You probably won't do interim analysis for a pre-pivotal study, but certainly for a pivotal study, it's very common that you would do interim analysis. Well, every time you look at the data and test a hypothesis, whether it's because you're pre-planning to test two or you're pre-planning to do interim, you have to account for that in your power analysis. And it's not really a 2-for-1 deal. You do lose power by doing those multiple comparisons. And so you have to inflate your sample size to account for that. And there's standard ways to do that you can work with your statistician to do. So I will mention a couple resources here. One is a website called powerandsamplesize.com. Again, this is a nice, easy way for you to play around with some of these parameters. So for instance, if it's particularly easy if you're looking at categorical outcomes and using something like a chi-square analysis, you can easily calculate some anticipated sample sizes. For continuous variables, as long as you know the standard deviation and the mean values, you can throw that in and play around with that and see how going up or down on your standard deviation affects it. Of course, we've mentioned a lot about R and SAS. They all have packages to calculate sample size. There's another statistical program called PASS, which I know many statisticians that are routinely determining sample size will use. It has some nice features that make it easier to do more complex sample size estimates, particularly for more complex analyses. So talk to your neighborhood statistician. Also quickly mention my dorky favorite quick sample size estimate. It's called ST-Plan. It was developed by an oncology group out of Houston, like a decade ago. Hasn't been updated since, and it's in DOS language. So it's like, you just put a bunch of numbers really quickly and open this up on your desktop, but you can calculate a sample size within seconds rather than trying to navigate to a website or figure out the last SAS code you used, et cetera. Now, one last thing, I thought this was interesting. This was just published in New England Journal a couple of weeks ago. It was interleukin-6 receptors for COVID-19. The REMAP-CAP investigators, I think it was led by a group out of Pittsburgh and lots of people from Europe and other areas. And sometimes you don't have to have a set sample size for your study. And so this is a great example of using a Bayesian design with no maximum sample size. So it was planned to have regular interim analyses through randomization with what's called response adaptive randomization, that preferentially assigns interventions to whatever arm of the trial looks best until a predefined criteria is met, which usually means that you've met a predefined treatment effect size at a certain statistical significance or alpha. And so this is a way to have kind of an open-ended sample size that we're not going to go into the details of designing, adaptive Bayesian designs, but just so you're aware of it, that more and more trials, particularly in the areas of critical care and certainly in oncology and cardiovascular disease, are using these designs that have open-ended sample sizes. So that is a rapid rundown of Power. I encourage you to play around with some of the software that's out there online to see how you can start thinking about sample size in your study. And with that, I think I'll open it up to questions there.
I might add, Joe, I think oftentimes we talk to our statisticians or whoever is working with us to do these power calculations 45 minutes before a grant is due, because somebody asks to do it post hoc, those sorts of things. And I think if we can approach our statisticians with the data that's necessary, it certainly makes that turnaround. It's not a complicated calculation, and on the flip side, it's a very complicated calculation.
Yeah, it can be tough, and deciding what an effect size really is for the research you're doing is not always straightforward. In fact, I was on a call earlier today where we're talking about outcomes for a R01 application that would be done through Siren, and no one agrees on what exactly the outcome should be for this and whether it should be continuous or dichotomous. And you could go back and forth, but eventually there is some give and take on, you want to do what's meaningful for patients, what's meaningful for advancing science, but the reality is there is some give and take on the type of outcome you choose and what the sample size would result from that and what you can feasibly do.
Yeah, I think one of the, I put this in the chat, but one of the big things to take away here, and I think Joe did a really great job of demonstrating this, is that a traditional power analysis has, only a few variables that go into it, but changing one of those variables even slightly, so a mortality of 2 versus 1 or 4 versus 2, that's within the margin of error of what your sampling is. That massively changes your assumptions. So I think one way to think about power analysis, especially for smaller studies, and especially for earlier phase studies where all of these things like your effect size and all that are more uncertain, although like Joe said, you really should be basing it on what's clinically significant. Look at power analysis as something that is there to guide you, but it's not confirmatory. It's one of the more speculative fields of biostatistics in terms of what you are trying to accomplish. You're trying to get a sample that's powered to detect your outcome, but that is not the same thing as guaranteeing that you will.
Do we want to take a break here before finishing up the workshop, or should I share my slides?
Naveen, oh, sorry, Naveen asked
yeah,
a question. I don't think any of us answered it. And I just wanted to, he'd asked why n-1 and the event equation. I wasn't sure what the,
Oh yeah, I just wanted to know, Joseph, how did you calculate the events? It looked like you used one less degree of freedom, then multiplied it by something else, but it got past me really quick.
Yeah, I mean, the basic way to think about it is, if you have four categories to a variable, then you can think of as one as what you're comparing the other three to. And so you would use three, that would count for three variables in a sense in the model. And so you would need, 10 times 3 events for that. And the same is true for like sex, for instance. Like if female is your comparator to male, then it's n-1.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. It has to do with like dummy coding, every time you have a category, however many levels you have of that category, you have n-1 variables into the actual equation. Like we don't actually usually like display it that way, but that's how it gets coded in the model. And so that's how I think.
It actually becomes 2 separate variables when you code it like that. That's why.
Yeah.
All right, I got one vote for moving on. So 2 votes for moving on. Okay, I'm taking that as a consensus. All right, so if you have any other questions, throw them up in the chat, but I think we're gonna go forward with Rama's talk now, going on to missing data.
Okay, can you guys see my slides?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so to this point, we have talked about analyzing the data that you have. And I think one of the major drawbacks that we don't often think about is what is going on with the data that you don't have, and how is that pushing your effect estimate and your standard deviations. As many of us have kind of alluded to, the data that we get, we're trying to reflect as representative of the total population. So we're trying to make generalizations. That is often limited based on who actually ends up responding to our data or what gets collected. So really thinking about why you should care. It's everywhere, whether you're primarily collecting data or completing secondary data analyses. Chances are something somewhere won't be complete. This is true even of EHR data, certainly true in secondary data analyses. It is a whole field of study in and of itself, in biostatistics and in like broader statistics, because it is a very big deal, and incorrectly handling it can radically bias your results. And then dealing with it thoughtfully can really bolster your study and meaningfully impact your outcomes. So the question becomes, what do we do with it? So avoid it if you can. This is a bit along the same lines as when you get feedback as a medical student or a resident that's basically just be better, right? But the truth of the matter is this is really more of a conversation of study design. If you are in a study design phase, I would highly recommend that you read the article that is on our Google Drive that kind of talks about, as you're prospectively collecting data, things that you can do to minimize missingness. I want to spend a significant portion of our time here talking about types of missingness. A lot of the ways that we handle missing data is dependent on what kind of data it is. And this is very confusingly named missing completely at random, missing at random, and not missing at random. Where I was trained, it was called missing not at random. They're interchangeable. So we're going to do kind of a worked example through these explanations. So if we're thinking about self-reported income, this is a very basic example. and I apologize for the heteronormativity of my blue and pink dots, but let's say we collected gender and location of residents as well as self-reported income. Just to kind of orient everyone, we'll just assume that the people in the green circle live in city 1 and the purple circle live in city 2. So missing completely at random is basically the ideal. It's the probability that or rather it's missingness where the probability of being missing is the same for everyone. No one is more or less likely to not report an outcome. So in our example, there's no relationship between players. We would see no relationship between missingness and reported income. Here we see that we have equal distribution of missingness with the empty circles being the missing data, both based on city and on gender. Evidence against this, of course, would be that if you saw some association or unequal distribution of missingness. This is pretty easy to deal with if you can prove that you have it. Certainly excluding these data will give you power problems, as Joe was just talking about, because you'll decrease your sample size. But if they truly are missing completely at random, it won't actually bias your point estimate. A big caveat here is that this is rare at best, and many will argue that it's non-existent, and it's very hard to prove, and we'll kind of see why in a few slides. Missing at random, on the other hand, refers to the probability of a variable being missing, depending only on variables that you actually have or information that you have. So said another way, basically the missing data can be described by other things that you have collected and have that information. So in our example with self-reported income, we see here that the folks in city 2 were much less likely to report their self-reported income than those in city 1. But we collected that information, so we're able to account for it. Technically, you can exclude the missing cases if you include the variables that predict missingness in your regression. That being said, we'll talk about in kind of the next example why this causes generalizability bias. But we can see that if you're just dropping folks out, you can't really make that reference that we talked about earlier to the true population. And certainly it causes power problems. It also assumes that the variable is not missing contingent on itself, meaning that income, what your income actually is, doesn't impact your likelihood to be missing. Which leads us into missing not at random. And this is the tricky thing, right? This is the thing where you don't, effectively, this is kind of the assumption that this is what we're dealing with, and we're trying to know as much about our data as possible. And what I mean when I say that is thinking about what our missingness depends on. And if we believe, for example, based on our conceptual model, that we don't have a necessary predictor and that our missingness may depend on this unobserved predictor, and this may be personal reporting patterns, what kind of mood the person's in, whether or not somebody recording or abstracting data is reliably recording it, is all missing, or, for example, as I mentioned, that income itself may impact the missingness. So let's go through our worked example. So with self-reported income, if on first glance you just looked at this, you'd say missingness appears to be equally distributed based on the variables that we have. So they're equally distributed in by city, and it's equally distributed by gender. You might say to yourself, if you don't have an appropriate conceptual model, that this looks okay, and you might end up excluding these people. However, if you actually had this data, so here, just to orient everyone, The black dots are high income, the gray dots are middle income, and the perforated dots are low income. And we can see the very real phenomenon where people at the extreme ends of the spectrum tend to be at higher risk for missing this than those in the center. And so this will kind of skew your distribution and may skew your point estimate depending on the variable. This is remarkably challenging because by definition, you didn't measure the missing data, so you can't prove it. Oftentimes what we end up doing is assuming this and completing sensitivity analyses such as best case, worst case scenarios. There are a handful of newer analyses such as Heckman selection models. At this point, you really should be working with a statistician or someone with like who's very experienced in this kind of analysis. So the question becomes, what do you really do with this? And it really depends on the kind of data you have. Sometimes you have information from related observations. So for example, if you're looking at a pediatric data set and you happen to have information on the parents, you can sometimes impute data from one parent into another or into the child's data set if it's something that would be held constant. You can potentially use additional data sources. You'll see people merge in, for example, community level variables and those sorts of informations just to kind of bolster their data set and add another layer. You can use imputation based on logical rules. So if you have EMR data that is that has whether or not people are non-smokers, but that tended to be recorded as missing for pack years, you can create a new variable that imputes that anyone who is a non-smoker has 0 pack years of smoking. We're not always this lucky, but it really helps us retain data if we can do this. Really what you'll see, the biggest pitfall, and I think the thing that people do most commonly that skews data is they just ignore it. And that kind of leads inadvertently to a couple different things. So the first thing is available case analysis, which means that for each analysis, you include the cases that have the variables under study. So if we assume that this is our data set, the black boxes are that we have it and the white is that it's missing. If our first model is here in the yellow, we can see that we would include our entire data set. We have all 8 people in our model because we have all of the variables. However, if our next model for the available case analysis goes on to then add on GFR, blood pressure, and white blood cell count, we lose 2 of our people because they didn't have those variables. This creates a couple different problems. One, you're just throwing away data, which, as we kind of talked about earlier when we talked about converting continuous variables to categorical variables, you really don't want to throw away data. You worked hard to get it. You want to use it if you can. The other thing, too, is that at this point, you have 2 different models that have 2 different populations because they don't have the same groups of people in them. So it's really hard to draw conclusions. And both of those groups may have generalizability problems. The next common thing that we see folks do is a complete case analysis. That basically means that for all of the things you're looking at, you only include cases that have the values for all of your variables. Now, if your proportion is really small, less than 5% or so, this may be okay. You'll lose power, but you won't necessarily bias your point estimate. But you have to be pretty sure of your missing completely at random assumption if you're going to do this. So going back to our example, let's say we had the first 2 models as we talked about, and then we went on to do this third model and we really wanted to look at everything. We see that if we did a complete case analysis, we would actually lose half of our sample size. we see this happen more often than you would think, and it ends up being, this is actually in many of the statistical packages, and as you become more familiar, it's really important to get familiar with the default rules. So I was trained completely in Stata. Stata assumes that missing is higher than infinity, so you should know that when you're coding. And also by default, it will do available case analyses if you don't specify something else. So you should really know about the underlying assumptions for whatever you're doing. And then the last one in terms of kind of more simple approaches is something called non-response weighting, that basically inversely weights each case based on its non-response. So more simply, the more data you have, the more you're weighted in the data set. There are various ways to calculate these weights. This isn't really used very commonly, but it's something that you'll see sometimes come up. Other things that you'll sometimes do are mean imputation, where you replace a missing observation with the mean of that value. This underestimates your standard deviations. It distorts correlations. It's generally not good practice. Occasionally, you'll see it done if you're really sure that that's appropriate. Last value forward is, for example, let's say you have a data set where every 2 weeks you measure someone's blood pressure, and at week 2 you have their blood pressure, at week 4 you don't, and at week 6 you do again. It's probably okay because blood pressure doesn't fluctuate that quickly in the outpatient setting to pull their week 2 blood pressure up to week 4. This is only done in really specific situations, but again, occasionally you'll see it. And then similarly, sometimes what you'll see people do to not throw away those cases that have missing data is to create an indicator variable. So if you have a category for race, recoding missing to an actual number variable so that that is its own category, and you can still include it in the model. Other things that you'll see folks do is something called matching or hot deck imputation, where they basically look for another entry in the data set that looks similar to the one that's missing, and then imputes the missing variable from there. So for example, if you had a man from City 1 whose mean income was $50,000, you would find another man from City 1 with a missing income, and you might impute $50,000 there. That obviously has its own issues. You're resampling from an observed distribution and is pretty limited. The other thing that you'll, and I'm sort of building up to our best practice, but I think a lot of this serves as a foundation. So the next thing that you will, or you used to see people do rather, is single imputation, where you use a regression model to predict the missing variable. The problem with this is that it doesn't really distinguish between imputed in a deterministic model, doesn't distinguish between an imputed variable and a measured value. It just spits out a data set and you can't really tell the difference. It doesn't account for correlation and will end up underestimating your error. So your data will look better than it should because it's based on itself. You imputed it based on itself. The next extension from this, or the next development after single imputation, the deterministic type, is the stochastic type. And this development really helped kind of pave the way to our current best practices. But effectively what it did was it added in a residual term that accounts for the lost variability in the deterministic model. While it's better, it still, because you're still predicting based on a single value, it still will provide you with narrowed standard errors. So your data will still look better than it should. So just to kind of highlight what this means is you have the data set. You have, again, white is missing, black is that we have it. We use a stochastic imputation model, and we end up having imputed data that we can then complete our final analyses on and create estimates from there. Okay, so maybe this is a little bit dramatic. Everything you know isn't wrong, but as I just kind of mentioned, there are a lot of methods that have developed over the years. But the truth is that the reason there are so many is that none of them work very well. They continue to produce biased estimates or standard errors, and most people who acknowledge their missingness and really want to work to correct it tend to use some of the more advanced best practice methods. The most common one that you will see done is something called multiple imputation. So there's 3 phases. There's the imputation phase, which completes our stochastic imputation that we talked about a couple slides ago. Does it some number of times, typically 20 to 30 is a minimum based on kind of who you talk to. Your analysis of interest is then run on each of the completed data sets, and then those estimates are pooled together. So going back to our stochastic data, we had missingness, we imputed it in. Multiple imputation is basically just doing that over and over and over and over again. And then you get the distribution of imputed data, and then you regress based on that. Other advanced data methods that retain data that you'll sometimes hear people talk about are maximum likelihood estimation. I mention this here because there is a bit of a division in the statistics world. There are a sizable minority of people who believe that maximum likelihood estimation is better than multiple imputation, but it's not widely used. Effectively, what it does is it uses the available data to calculate parameters that maximize the likelihood of having observed the data that you have. What that means basically is that you are just using all of the available data to estimate parameters rather than exact imputed values. There are lots of others. They depend on the field that you're working in. But just to say here that by the time you've gotten to this point, you're working with a statistician, and really your role has been to kind of contextualize the missingness and help them know what the best methods are. Now, this is the point in a talk where I usually, folks often end and I walk away and I'm like, okay, but what do I do? What buttons do I push? What questions do I ask? How do I have this conversation with my statistician or my team so that I can be confident in my results? So again, just to mention again that if you were in the designing phase, try to employ strategies to avoid missing data. I have mentioned in the chat, and we've kind of talked about this throughout the way, but it is really important to have a robust conceptual model. If you know going in based on prior data what relationships each of the variables have, then you know better how kind of worried to be about the amount of missingness that you have and what other creative ways that you can do to conceptualize this. Now, I want to go back here. Sorry, I just wanted to, just as a little anecdote, I was a statistician prior to my medical training as a biostatistician, and the importance of a conceptual model cannot be overstated. I'll tell you that I had no idea that warfarin and Coumadin were the same thing until my physician PI, at least a week into our project, had to like explain that to me because I said something that revealed that it was clear that I didn't know that. To really understand that you're the content expert here and your statistician is maybe a methodological expert, but they don't know what you're talking about sometimes. So it's helpful just to have that understanding. Some will, but not others. So when looking at your data, the question becomes, what do I do with it? If it's less than 5%, and these are all rules of thumb, they can be bent a little bit. This is not to say that you can't impute, less than 5%, and there may be points where if you're at 6%, you may choose a simpler technique based on the audience, for example. But rules of thumb, if it's less than 5% on a single variable, you could probably use some of the simpler techniques. 5 to 35%, you really should be using multiple imputation, and greater than 35%, the truth of the matter is you probably at this point should just report your observed data and consider a very aggressive limitation section. When you're looking at your data, you want to look at the frequencies, but you also want to look at their cross tabulations and correlations so that you can really see their relationship. And then sometimes what you'll see people do is Little's MCAR test, which basically just tests the null hypothesis that missing data is completely at random. So if it's statistically significant, it tells you that it's a not missing completely at random. Problem with this test is it does not distinguish between missing at random, so based on variables that you have, or missing not at random, which is sometimes referred to as non-ignorable missingness. So again, when talking to a statistician, giving them a sense of the relationship is immensely helpful. Discussing the frequency of the missingness, the utility of multiple imputation, and the benefit of sensitivity analyses, and what would be clinically relevant to your audience is really important here. And again, I cannot overstate the importance of having a model of the relationships going in. Frankly, if you just look at your missing data and think about it, you will be ahead of much of the research that's getting done. And then when completing your own analyses or in partnership with a statistician, you are the content expert, and this is critical to really completing a meaningful study that you can share with your audience. And with that, I will stop sharing.
Does anyone have any questions? I think missing data is tricky. Naveen, I see a question.
Yeah, sorry to dominate the question platform, guys.
No, it's great.
So I'll just tell you a story. So we submitted a trial to a journal a few years ago, and it came back. We had less than 5% missing. It had like 200 patients, so not a big trial. But we gave them some medicine and asked them how much pain they had when they went home. And of course, for the primary outcome, which was pain at time 48 hours or whatever it was, we had a few missing data. So the statistician said that it was less than 5%, so imputation wasn't required, which made sense. So then I said, well, how about we use the most conservative approach, which is assume that there was no change in their pain scores. So essentially their pain scores were pre-intervention. So when I submitted that, the reviewer said, you used the last value carry forward technique because that was the last value that was in the data set for that patient. There was no other pain scores reported. And apparently I've heard that's a no-no. So I thought it was the most conservative approach because I assumed that the patient did not have any reduction in their pain. I don't know if you want to comment on that, Rama. I don't know if I did the right thing or the wrong thing, or if I should have done something different.
Yeah, I think that the tricky part of these sensitivity analyses is that they are content dependent, right? And so I would say that I don't actually think that your sensitivity analysis was wrong. I think that you could present both and say these are our point estimates. The other thing that sometimes people will do that perhaps your reviewer was looking for is that they will drop those patients out and just completely like remove them from the data set and present that as a sensitivity analysis. I will say that I think that perhaps your method is a little bit more robust. Alternatively, you could have just, even though it's a little, like very little missingness, you could have just imputed it and said it looks the same, or it looks different, or that sort of thing. and if others want to comment, but I'll say that my experience has been that if you have a robust reason for why you're doing what you're doing, at the end of the day, there's a lot of art to this. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with what you did. I think perhaps it was just not what the reviewer was expecting to see.
Okay.
Yeah. I think what Rama might be trying to diplomatically say is that maybe you gave the reviewer too much information, frankly, in a good faith effort to be transparent. You may have simply done what unfortunately doesn't get done that often, where they were expecting a paper where like those just disappeared and missing data is out of sight, out of mind, but like what you did, I've seen or sounds appropriate in that. I mean, you can make arguments. I think like if to play like extreme devil's advocate, like maybe you do add the like examining with and without those observations, because no change in pain score isn't necessarily the worst case scenario. Really, the worst case scenario is like an infinite worsening in pain score, right? But practically you can't do that, and that's not reasonable. So a lot of this comes down to reviewer interpretation. I would say that in that instance, and the way you're describing it, it sounds like, at least personally, I consider it really reasonable.
Thanks.
Yeah, you'll run into a lot of things with reviewers and the peanut gallery that will kind of try to push you in some direction, and they it's easy to make, I have very strong feelings about peer review. I mean, it's easy to make comments when you're anonymous, and it generally makes people think they know more about everything than everyone else possibly could. So don't be too discouraged. Like, certainly, like, Rama's a real statistician. I'm sort of like a hack, and I may know more than some people, but certainly less than she does. And so and I bring that up, right? A lot of many journals, like lower impact journals, don't have a purely statistical reviewer, like a statistician who reviews papers. And so, right, that's like the events per variable ratio. They'll have these people have these things in their mind that, like, this is what you do, and or the like selecting variables by significance. Like, I worked on something recently where it was like insisted upon that be included, and if you hadn't done that, like the results were not valid. So I mean, you do your best to respond to the reviewers, but sometimes you get hosed, like even when you're actually doing the right thing.
Absolutely. And I just kind of want to emphasize that the fact that you thought about missing this really puts you ahead of much of the research, as I think many of us just kind of ignore it and hope it goes away, and it hasn't done anything. And there have been some really notable flaws or mistakes done in medicine because we ignored missing this.
Yeah, that's a really good point. If you even think about it enough to ask the question, that's a great point. You're ahead of most people because, again, to Rama's point about, like, complete case analysis, that's how most statistical software does it, right? If age is in your model and a patient doesn't have age, they're gone. And that, can have like substantial effects, especially as your model becomes more complex and as you think about, interactions and, more, conceptual models about your, that are more complex, like where it's not just a few variables, and the relationship between things are more complex. Like, you can very quickly get into like massive amounts of trouble or just, drawing incorrect conclusions.
All right. So we have one last talk And then I was hoping to have some time for just like an open mic session at the end. I'm going to try and breeze through the end of the content of the didactic part so that we can have some more time for discussion. But feel free to jump in at any time if there's anything that you want to talk about. Does any
Oops.
I'm going to assume that Nick was going to ask if anybody had any questions or final thoughts before he moved on.
Thank you for jumping in there. We'll check and see if he's got internet problems while you're asking questions.
Okay, thank you.
Poor guy, that's a fairly unflattering time to freeze.
Yeah, it usually is, I think, when it freezes.
Does anybody have questions, like things, situations they've been in, like with statistical stuff, or, like, if you had one question, right, whatever you always wanted to know, but were afraid to ask, something along those lines.
I will, sorry.
No, I was just gonna, even if it's not something that we kind of covered.
Yeah, I also want to add that certainly open to any of that. Also, I think that we have mentioned conceptual models about 1 million times. And so if it would be helpful to talk about what that is, can also do that. But whatever would be helpful for you guys as we're waiting for Nick to rejoin.
So I think that would be a good idea. And then I guess as a question that I have is, are there any, apart from the ARMED and the, Embers research classes, are there any like courses or anything you guys would recommend, short of getting a master's per se, to learn a little bit more about this? Or is this just like trial by YouTube?
You guys want to just go around the room or around the panel real quick, or?
Yeah, let's do that. You can go first, Chris. I will look for a conceptual model that I'm currently using in one of my projects, and I'll share it when I find it.
So I will say that, so Nick and I think Rob, I don't know about Joe, I know that like the three of us did this master's program run by the University of Michigan, which is sort of like a, 1 weekend a month for 2 years master's program. But I will tell you that before then, I had like never really had any real statistical training, and like since like high school. And I basically just like learned like a little bit, like I knew a little bit about coding. I knew a little bit about like databases, and like most of what I'd like learned to do was from YouTube's and blogs. And somewhere along the way, I was like, I need to like learn more about this. And so I actually am a big proponent of DataCamp, which was like, I put up a link to it before. It's like basically like short little online modules. I mean, you have to pay for it, but it's only like $150 for a year or something like that. And it's well worth it. You learn a little bit about coding, a little bit about sort of statistical principles, and there's like a wealth of different courses. It was recommended to me by my mentor, who's Will Moyer, who's pretty well known amongst the like EM stats crowd, as like a quick way to like learn things. And then and the master still had value later, because like I came back to like thinking about the stuff I had learned, and I like knew how to apply code, but I didn't really know how to do the concepts that well. But then like after taking the masters and then going back to like doing some of the DataCamp stuff for like machine learning or for some other technique that I didn't know, like it all started to like fit together and make sense. And so I think even if you're not like, oh, I'm committed to doing a master's or in some sort of discipline where I'm going to learn a lot of statistics, you can like do like the online hustling thing and like get a course from Coursera, watch some YouTube videos, read some blogs, do DataCamp or whatever. And then even if you like it later down the road, you're like, hey, I really like this research thing, or like, I love statistics. Like you can go back and do that master's, and that previous stuff you did will have a lot of value during the master's. And then even afterwards, if you go back to that stuff, you're gonna be like, I totally get this now. So that's sort of my feeling about sort of mixing the online like hustling model with doing something formal.
Yeah, I agree. I think again, I was trained in Stata as a Stata help modules are often good. Maybe 70% of the time they're good. They're not quite as good as the R modules, but they're better than the SAS modules. But so if you are like playing with a statistical package, just kind of utilizing the actually like embedded help stuff. And I am, Nick, we were just kind of like having a conversation like as you were getting settled back in. One of the things that we had talked about was like what a conceptual model actually looks like and how that helps. And so when you're done, I was just gonna, while we were waiting, just like share one of mine, but I can do that when you're done.
Yeah, we can also, if people want to talk a little more, we can also do that instead. Or I can kind of run through this really quick. I tell you what, let me run through things really quick, but I think that that's important, like talking about this sort of big picture things, like what is a conceptual model is kind of fundamental here. So let me try and go through this quick. And then, yeah, Chris receives lots of funds from DataCamp. He's on the board. All right, so I'm giving a short little presentation here at the end, just sort of practical considerations of doing unfunded research, or really, you know, it was labeled as unfunded, but it includes underfunded. And what I mean by that is, if you're doing research and your grant isn't, you know, an R01, most people don't have, most small grants, SAMF grants, EMF grants, they don't cover everything that you would have in an ideal world. And so there's always sort of practical considerations here that you have to think about. And they really relate to research methodology pretty closely. And there's a lot of pitfalls you can fall into. So we'll talk some of those challenges and ways to address them. And largely we're going to focus sort of on study type, but then also more so on study question, and how to think about a study question in a really important, a really high yield way. So a couple of the challenges, or at least what are perceived to be the challenges, and we'll get into why some of these might not necessarily be always true, and some of the ways to get around this. But you have limited time. If you don't have a grant, especially if you're a physician, you're working clinically. If you're, you know, a fellowship director, you have everything that goes into that. And your protected time is probably not enough to cover what you do from an educational standpoint, let alone to do research on top of it. So that's one big thing, probably the biggest thing. You want to do something practice changing, but I think there's, you know, perception that that's hard to do in a small research project. We'll get to why that might not actually be a good assumption, but I think it's a perception that people can have sometimes. And this is the big one, is that research economies of scale are not in your favor. And we'll get into what I mean by that. But essentially, resources to do a large prospective study cost money. And that's the main thing that costs money in research. And so that's the hardest one to overcome in unfunded research. And we talked about a lot of this. Biostat support itself may actually cost money. Luckily, more academic institutions are having people have biostatisticians in-house, but your institution might not. And that's where it's good to make friends and have collaborations with people who may be able to help you out. So looking at each of these sort of potential challenges, some of the considerations, again, lack of protected time isn't just a problem with being unfunded. It's also a problem even with funded investigators. That's not to diminish what a challenge it is, but simply to say that it's something that you have to work around no matter what. So the biggest thing is having really careful attention to the scope of the project, and reasonable estimates of your time. And we'll get into how to do that in a meaningful and specific way. And then enlisting help where you can and where it's appropriate. And that gets right into the next sort of challenge, which is, again, no research support staff, no people, boots on the ground. Emergency medicine, critical care, it's particularly difficult to do prospective research because we have patients coming in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have very little downtime. You might not get a bathroom break on your shift. And so having boots on the ground to enroll patients, do data entry, consent, all of those things, that's a really big endeavor. One of the ways to do this is to use alternative data sets. So whether that's doing a sub-study of a colleague's funded study, analyzing an existing data set, or we'll get into a couple other ways in which the downsides of those approaches, specifically the downsides to using an existing data set. There are times when simply it may actually be more worth it to put in the sweat equity and just do it yourself. But again, we'll get into the kind of the specific balance of when that makes sense and when it doesn't, when the cost benefit goes in one way or the other. Biostat support. Unfortunately, if you don't have someone at your institution who does biostats for you, and you don't have funding to pay a biostatistician, and you have no one at your institution who can do biostats, that can be hard. I'm not gonna try and sugarcoat it and say that that's just something that that there's an easy way around. But I would say that one thing to look for is even if you don't have a dedicated biostatistician, if someone is not necessarily the departmental biostatistician, but does biostats, they will, I think Rob has a good point here, which is like, no one cares about your research as much as you do. So there are ways to, make a person's life easy if they're coming to help you out, if you're not paying them to do your stats. Do everything you can to make analyzable data that's collected in a way where basically all they have to do is plug everything in, where you have a strong conceptual model ahead of time, a data collection plan that followed through with that, and not a lot of questions on the back end. And then, involve them early and include them as co-authors. Equipment and supplies. This is just another thing where, again, if you don't have any funding, there's something that's non-standard, like say you want to do a study where you're doing COVID PCRs, and your facility, your study for whatever reason requires COVID nasopharyngeal PCRs for every patient who comes in with a femur fracture. And say your facility does not routinely get COVID PCRs and everyone who has a femur fracture. I think now probably most do, but if that's just something that isn't part of the standard of care, you either have to pay for that or you can't do it. And so these are important things to think about before you start a study, especially if you start a study without funding. And then we'll talk about study design limitations coming up, but broadly, all of these things that are in red here are things that really can be accomplished, and where you can overcome these challenges. A large proportion of the time with some careful thought given to your study design and your study question. So first, careful attention to the scope of the project versus reasonable estimates of your time. Well, if you're someone who's doing an unfunded study, one of the things that you want to do, if you don't have protected time just to dedicate to that, 20 to 30 hours a week, you probably want to choose something where you have the time to conduct the study, including data collection, especially on your own time. And part of what that means is don't choose a topic where someone else where either there's already been a lot published in it or where there's likely to be a lot published in it. And I know that sounds kind of weird, but I'll get into what I mean more specifically. One thing to do, try and avoid the topics that are, really sexy, or like that if you ask yourself, is everyone else trying to study the same question right now? If the answer is yes, and there's probably some people with way more resources than I have, it realistically might just not be the best study question for you to pursue. And obviously that's a hard balance to find. If there's something that is really important to you and that you're really passionate about and you want to study, then, and you're up against other people who have way more resources, but this is the topic you want to study, then great. But just keep in mind that there's been, I think I was reading the other days, there's been just some ungodly number of COVID studies since the pandemic started. And there's a good reason for that, obviously. But if you're thinking right now, okay, well, I'm going to go and I'm going to do a whole bunch of COVID research, keep in mind there's a lot of federal funding out there for people who are already, established R1 investigators to do COVID research, and they may already be doing what you're doing. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong to think to choose that topic, but it might mean that maybe you're not the right person to do that right now. One caveat to that, there are times where everyone talks about a topic that might be, don't do it, COVID research, Rob, yeah. There are topics that may or may not be, quote unquote sexy, but that you are skeptical of. And these kind of fall into the category of something that everybody does because, say, I don't know, someone put it on EM Twitter and everyone said, yeah, this is really cool, we're all going to do this, but maybe you're the one skeptic out there. So the first thing you have to ask yourself is, do you have real reason to be confident that your skepticism is not just you as being overly critical naysayer? But if you are confident that, hey, maybe this is something that like people are taking for granted, that might actually be a very good thing to pursue. One thing to consider, avoid things that are white whales. So I use this example here, and if this is what you want to study, I don't want to dissuade you from this, but this is just my example. So this is something I thought about when I was a early resident of, we could do this one particular thing to look at volume responsiveness and sepsis. And then you realize this is a problem that has been tackled from every conceivable angle in the research world for years and years and years and years. And at a certain point, you have to start to ask, is this the one? Am I going to be the person who fixes this if I'm trying to do especially a one-off study here? If you're trying to dedicate your and Rob can attest to this too. If this is something that you're going to dedicate your career to, that's different. But if you're trying to do one or two studies, maybe that's not exactly the kind of thing that you want to commit to right now. And then there is nothing that replaces a good, thorough lit search here. So generally, a good litmus test, has it been well studied? Which I think most people conceptually, that's kind of where they start out. But then the next an equally important question is, why hasn't it been studied? And this is hard to answer, but one of the thing, and really I should have said published here, but one thing that you want to just be wary of is if there's no literature on a particular topic, is it because a lot of people have studied it and come up negative and had trouble publishing their research? Their journals are getting better with publishing quote unquote negative studies, but it's just not totally there yet. Okay, also with regards to your time, don't reinvent the wheel or whatever cliche that you want to consider there. You should give real consideration to what you are already doing. And I think, Chris hit on this earlier, which is a lot of people don't realize what tremendous data you already have access to working in an emergency medicine academic setting. The QA and QI people have tons and tons of data that they tend not to publish a lot in a lot of institutions. But if you run an ultrasound fellowship, chances are you probably have, and Chris, I guess that's a good point, not even just in an academic setting. But say you run an ultrasound fellowship, you have tons and tons of QPath data in all likelihood. If you run an EMS program, there is probably tons of run data, which may or may not be of high quality, but some of it can be. And it depends on the question you're asking. That's a lot of really interesting data that you can analyze. The counter argument to that is don't settle for feasibility alone. So just because something is feasible doesn't necessarily mean that it's interesting, novel, ethical, relevant. I don't know who else is, how many of you have ever seen the FINER criteria? They're kind of the idea for picking or they're one of the classic ideas for how to pick a study topic. I think that generally here, the idea I'm trying to get across is that there are other things other than just feasibility. I do think the FINER criteria, though, aren't always the best way to think about choosing a study topic, because interesting, novel, and relevant tend to be more subjective. Ethical, not so much. Most people can generally agree on what's ethical. Most people can generally agree on what's feasible. Interesting or novel, it's hard to say.
Hey, Nick, can I say one thing real quick? Just a comment. I agree with what Nick was saying on that prior slide, but a flip side to that is just, be careful. Just because you have data doesn't mean you should analyze it, or doesn't mean that anybody cares about it. And the last thing you want to do is spend a lot of time working on a project, analyzing data, whatever, to come up with something that nobody cares about, and it's not publishable. And this is just sort of like a plug for mentorship, that, having somebody that can push you in the right direction and can tell you what's useful and not useful. I mean, when I started my current job, I thought I was pretty smart and knew some stuff about research, and I presented our first research meeting, and I talked for maybe 45 seconds and then got cut off by someone who's very successful and is like, no, like, you're done, sit down, let's talk. And kind of, changed directions for me. And I realized, kind of what I don't know, depending on why I bring this up. Is
maybe ultrasound for rib fractures isn't the thing you want to commit here.
Right. I mean, and that's another thing along the lines of not that was my project, but it was equally stupid. Would just be, to think about, and this kind of goes back to, I think, whoever asked the question before about like where you can learn more and why. I mean, again, thinking about like what your end goal is and what you want to get out of your like career and your research career. Are you trying to be a independent investigator funded by, NIH? Are you trying to be, you get some small foundation grants? Are you trying to do, your residency research director, and you just want to, help, residents finish their scholarly project, get some publications on your CV, so you're going to get promoted? I mean, some of these things, these things also factor into all of what Nick has said in terms of deciding like what you decide to go through with, how much time you spend. So, in mentorship, I can't say enough about mentorship.
Yeah, for sure. Real quick, rigor and sweat equity are generally speaking directly related. I don't say this simply to say you need to work harder, because that's not helpful feedback, but only that you need to consider the trade-offs you're willing to make. And this goes directly to what Rob was just saying about you need to think about what your real goals are. One way to approach this is to think more specifically about tasks in your research project, and think about, okay, who can do this first? Because I think that's a question that we often go past before we go to who is going to do this. So there are certain things that probably you as the content expert should be doing. There are other things that a med student, an M1 with no real clinical moorings, can probably handle. And there's all kinds of things in between. I'm gonna try and go through a little quicker just because so that we don't run out of time. But keep in mind that people at your institution, so more senior investigators, the kind of people who are, quote unquote, full-time researchers who have R01s, and that's the big part of what they do other than as a clinician. They probably want your help more than you know. And this obviously depends, but no one ever has not enough ideas, or no one ever has enough time to pursue all the ideas that they want. The other thing is that working with someone, especially in the early phases of a project, say there's someone, and I go to the heart failure examples a lot because that's what my research is in, but say you have a senior heart failure researcher at your institute, and say you're the ultrasound director there. Maybe there actually is a sub-component there where there can be some synergy. You might not be someone who necessarily wants to have your own R01, but you might be able to contribute something really helpful to that project if you sit down with that person ahead of time and have a really thoughtful conversation about how you can prospectively come up with a sub-study, and ideally design a sub-study that can give you access to all the infrastructure that comes along with that big grant, but also meaningfully and purposefully, incorporate your expertise into something that's really going to further the science. So some study design limitations. So there's some perceptions here. Again, these are what we talked about or what I listed on the previous slide. And there's some perceptions here, which I want to make the argument real quick that these are probably incorrect most of the time, and that actually the way that these are incorrect is exactly the place where you want to look for opportunities to do research. If you're looking to do, a study that maybe you don't have the funding to do a large, as Joe put, a large pivotal study. Maybe you're doing this sort of preliminary hypothesis generating study. So there's this sense that, like, if you invest all your resources and your hypothesis is wrong, that ultimately you waste all your time and that you can't get published. That depends on how you frame your hypothesis. And it also depends on how you look at things. What you do once you figure out that you failed to reject the null hypothesis. I think there is some perception that, like, anything short of an RCT isn't worth it. And there's a lot of reasons why that's not only not true, it's actually probably a really, really good place where we do need a lot more help, where there's a lot of room to do important science that simply isn't being done because people generally have this idea that anything short of an RCT is useless. And it sort of comes along with the same idea of things being practice changing or not. Everyone's definition of practice changing is a moving target, but even if something doesn't directly change practice, there's lots of ways that it can be a useful and publishable study. So one of the things, like I said, there are more journals that are trying to feature negative research, or quote unquote negative. And I put that in there because if you talk to a biostatisticians don't really look at hypothesis testing as positive or negative with the same ferocity that clinicians do. I think there is a very physician-centered mindset where you failed to reject the null hypothesis equals negative, equals you accepted the null hypothesis. But that's not how things work. That's not how science works. And this is somewhere where it doesn't often get looked at, but where there's actually a lot of opportunity is trying to understand why a particular study, why it failed to reject the null hypothesis. And sometimes those results are just as interesting as a quote unquote positive result. Ideally, at the beginning, you want to maximize the chance that your study has interesting results, regardless of the outcome. If you can design a hypothesis in this way, that failing to reject the null is an interesting result, that rejecting the null is an interesting result. But if you can't, then going back and doing the extra legwork to try and understand why can sometimes be just as interesting and really guide future research. So like, for instance, this was a study that we did, and you can see I already broke the advice I gave you earlier. This was a COVID study. This was a study that we did looking at the rate of ROSC after out-of-hospital cardiac arrest in patients in Detroit, pre and post pandemic. And there had been some studies published on here, and overall where the literature falls on this is that out-of-hospital cardiac arrest rates have gone up, and that in particular non-shockable rhythms and cardiac arrest survival rates have gone down. We looked at this in our data in Detroit, and I was doing this when my heart failure grant was interrupted due to COVID. I was helping out, again, some EMS colleagues who needed someone to do their biostats. We looked at this. We found that there was an early termination policy that got put in place, and ROSC rates may have went down slightly, but not anywhere near what was expected, not anything that reached statistical significance, and arguably not what would even reach clinical significance, which is kind of a weird finding. And we could have stopped there and we could have said, oh, well, it's not worth trying to publish this now, but we actually went forward and we published it because we went a little further in digging in the numbers. You find that maybe the reason why this is true is something very specific to Detroit. And maybe that thing that's very specific is actually somewhat interesting. What we found was that it was that the baseline rates of people who are transported with cardiac arrest in Detroit already had rates of non-shockable rhythms and other unfavorable prognostic factors similar to other cities after the pandemic. And that gets into heterogeneity of effects, which I think have been mentioned a few times, and we're going to get into a little bit later too. So as far as RCTs, not everything can be studied in an RCT. There are ethical issues, there's clinical inertia, feasibility. It's probably not even true that without funding, you can't do an RCT. And there are certain things where you can do a pilot study. And like Joe pointed out, you can do a pilot randomized controlled trial using a surrogate outcome. And that might be appropriate if it's early in phase. If it's something that's already well established, probably not. But if you're doing the first study on it, then it probably is appropriate to start with something that's more of a surrogate outcome anyway. And the bigger problem here is that rushing to randomized controlled trials before building an appropriate foundational base of literature is actually probably a major problem why so many RCTs fail in critical care and in emergency medicine. I mentioned in the chat earlier, if you read one paper in the supplemental papers, read this one. But essentially it gets into the idea of, and this isn't strictly heterogeneity of treatment effects, but this is more about attributable risk. But it's a similar concept in that many of the conditions that we treat are clinical syndromes, meaning they're things that we define as this diagnosis is this because it looks like this. It has these general features that are sort of gestalty or based on things that aren't distinct pathophysiologic insults. So this is true sepsis, ARDS, heart failure. All of these things are clinical syndromes. So imagine that you develop a 2-arm study. You have an RCT testing drug X, which is the world's most perfect antibiotic. It kills 100% of all bacterial infections instantly, penetrates all the tissues, and it has a perfect safety profile. And you test that against usual care, and you test it in a explicitly surgical ICU population, and then most of the people in the antibiotic-only group die. So what happened? Well, in this surgical ICU population, no matter how perfect this antibiotic is, if that's the only treatment you're giving, a lot of these patients need surgical source control. Sepsis is not universal. So sepsis is not the same for a perforated bowel versus pneumonia. And so the attributable risk, the amount of mortality, which is modifiable by your intervention, is going to be much, much less in a clinical syndrome than it is in something that's really a distinct entity like occlusion myocardial infarction. And so looking at these sort of things at more of the translational level, so the early clinical translational level is a place where there's a lot of work to be done, and a lot of work that can be done in sort of unfunded type projects, observational or even descriptive studies. And it's a place that's been generally, I don't want to say ignored, but where there hasn't been as much focus and where there's a lot more to do. And so this is actually a good thing, you know, if you're someone who's trying to do an unfunded study. Getting into a couple specific things, and we're almost out of time, so I'm going to try and rush through this, but, you know, descriptive studies, don't frown on them. We probably don't describe enough things for the same reason that we probably rushed RCTs in certain conditions too fast. There are lots of useful things that you can glean from descriptive studies. And it should be something that you consider, especially when there isn't much to guide people out there in the literature. Using databases, especially for a descriptive study, can be a con, though, because even though you get a larger sample size, database research tends to be rife with selection bias in missing data. I'm going to skip this. So the study that, you know, this study won't change my practice. This is something that, you know, I think sometimes can be a reason why people quit too early into trying to pursue an idea. The problem with this is that it lies in the fallacy that one study can be practice changing, which isn't always true. Even a large RCT, a lot of the times, isn't necessarily practice changing. So this is a like fun question I love to ask my residents, mostly because it's a loaded question and like they universally get it wrong. But a guideline recommended standard of care critical care therapy, which you use every day, and which a recent Cochrane review found that only 2 out of 12 RCTs showed a mortality benefit that was statistically significant. And of course, they always say TPA because they listen to a lot of podcasts and want to, you know, go off on all that. But In reality, it's BiPAP for hypercapnic respiratory failure. Does that mean that BiPAP is not helpful? No, it is. All of these studies, except for one, showed a estimate consistent with favoring BiPAP for mortality, but most of them weren't powered to detect it. So all this is to say that don't be afraid of replication as well. And don't be afraid of doing the meta-analysis that looks at this. The other thing to take from this, sometimes we focus on mortality too much. I know that sounds weird. Mortality is obviously important. It's probably the most important, but it's not the only important outcome that we can have. There's lots of important patient-oriented outcomes that are short of mortality. And if you think about it, we probably don't pay enough attention to these. So getting intubated, that's a really traumatic event. That is a just really, from the physical trauma, but also the psychological trauma, that's something that most patients probably want to avoid. We probably don't look at outcomes like that enough. And a lot of times you will find, possibly somewhat surprisingly, there are a lot of bodies of literature that ended because a mortality benefit wasn't found for a particular therapy. But that's actually a place where if it hasn't been looked at for other patient-oriented outcomes, or as is unfortunately common, the patient-oriented outcomes haven't been defined. Like nobody's ever actually just looked to patients and tried to find out what is important to them. That's somewhere that's, you can do a lot of really good research with limited resources. Unfortunately, I don't have time to get, I want to stop here because I don't have time to get into the rest of this, but quick plug for systematic reviews. If you really are, you want to do the most practice changing study you possibly can, a meta-analysis probably is that. And I would love to talk to people more. We talked a little bit about the cons, the pros and cons of sort of cohort studies. One of the biggest thing here, and I like that Rama pointed this out, not all databases are made equal. So like, for instance, one of the papers in there in the supplemental talks about looking at the trauma registry and comparing the data abstractors from different trauma centers to one another, and that they were wildly inaccurate. But something, some of the other ones like NHAMCS is a little bit more reliable. And so you really got to know your data ahead of time before you put in all that sweat equity. And then just some best practices, have a priori hypotheses, use multiple data abstractors who are blinded to one another, copious sensitivity analyses to assess the things that really are limitations of your study, especially missing data. Use standardized data abstraction instruments, and don't ask every question just because a variable exists for one. Really think ahead of time of, can I answer this question with the data that I have? All right. I'm going to stop here because we're almost out of time, unfortunately, but I do want to take time for any questions that anybody has. And also thank everyone for being here with us through, what obviously is an imperfect format. We wish we weren't doing this on Zoom, but this is the reality that we live in right now. And I'm going to thank everyone for their interest and for hope that we can help you in any way possible. So thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah, so Jonathan, the slides will be added to the Google Drive. And Chris, did you do that, or?
I can do it right now. I mean, I'll do it right
Oh, okay, awesome.
Wait for like 5 minutes. I have to upload my my edited slide deck because what's on there now is old.
Yeah, I'll upload my.
Oh, all right, cool.
As well. Um, I know that we're over time, so, and you guys have like been immensely engaged, and this has been really wonderful, and thank you for being patient. If it's helpful, I'm happy to throw up one of my conceptual models, but otherwise, like, folks can just like reach out and we can share it, but I don't want to hold people over. Sure, yeah, I can just share it real quick. Again, those folks would need to leave, please.
Yeah, maybe you can share it, and then I don't know if it's something that we can put up on the drive for anyone who isn't.
Sure. So for context, my research looks specifically at the intersection between structural racism and structural inequities and time-sensitive conditions. So this particular conceptual model is one I built thinking about the role of police presence in pre-hospital trauma care. And like that content is mostly just to orient you to what you're looking at, but really what you want to do is kind of walk through in your mind between when the patient has the event. For me, it was between when they had the event and when they finally got to the hospital, to think about all of the things that were influencing their care. So it will obviously depend on your content, but the way that I like to do it is just walk through all of the different scenarios and put them in a picture. I tend to do this pencil and paper and then translate it onto like a PowerPoint so that I can put it in documents. But really the things that you want to think about are all of the variables. This is actually for like a scoping review. So there are a few less variables than concept and more emphasis on concepts here, but yours may be variable based, but really thinking about where they live in the pathway, right? So one of the things that we think about is like where, for example, these individual barriers live and how they may interact with this green box are structural barriers. And then so this might be something that I would use with my statistician to say, I really think these individual barriers are interplaying with these structural barriers. And I want to think about that as we are looking at this model. These 2 points happen to be where my questions are. So I like kind of pulled those out. But this is just sort of my approach. Does anyone have any like question? I can, I guess. It's just an example.
Rama, by the way, I hadn't seen this conceptual model, but I love this is a really, really great diagram that you have. This is a really good example of kind of what you like. The way to think of things is drawing a conceptual model for just about any problem.
Yeah. And just so you guys know, you can see here that this is like the fourth of many slides and many sheets of paper that were thrown away. This is like an iterative process, right? And as you talk about it with your team, it will evolve. So the earlier that you can do it sort of in the conceptualization of your project, the better it will be.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is implicit here that Ram mentioned, and I had hoped to mention earlier, but I didn't. I don't think I did. One of the things that you're doing here is not just thinking about what variables are important, but also the time point, like what's going on with those variables at the time point that you're studying. So, like for instance, and again, I'm pulling from a heart failure example, but so systolic blood pressure is probably the strongest positive prognostic factor for patients with acute heart failure. So a high systolic blood pressure is extremely likely that you're not going to die within 30 days. When it's in the ED time course, a high systolic blood pressure at discharge predicts worse outcomes. So one of the lesson to take from there, that would seem to be conflicting, but it really isn't. If you think about in your conceptual model, well, why would that be? So someone who comes in with hypertensive heart failure, that's something that we're really good at treating. So if they arrive with hypertensive heart failure, that's probably their main issue in a heterogeneous population of many different issues that can lead to acute heart failure. So those patients are going to have a better outcome because we can treat it. But then if we don't treat it, and by the time they get out of the hospital, if we don't treat it well, their blood pressure is still high. Yeah, they're going to have a bad outcome because we didn't grab onto the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. And so like, I think that's just as important as thinking about what variables you put in a model. Also, it's, what are those variables doing at the time that you measure them? And like, that's something that can't be stressed enough for designing a study, and also designing how you're going to collect data and being explicit about that in your data collection forms.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for hanging in with us till 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
It's late regardless of what time zone you're in. Please feel free to reach out to any of us and we'll throw our slides up this evening.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Please, again, send us an email, reach out to us, anything else we can help you with. And thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.